Howdy, folks. Welcome to Mosaic Team 5. This is our carnival-themed session. And joining me, as always, I have all of these folks. Matt, Dan, we have Olive and Ari. Carson will be just a little bit late. They are currently driving here. I am Joe Truff, your Dungeon Master or Game Master, this and every evening. And this is our bounty hunter, space western, space opera-themed Starfinder campaign. I almost said Mosaic Team 5 campaign. It's that as well.
Technically true.
So yeah, we are in a carnival. You can hear the music, you can hear the people, you can see the snacks, you can see the costumes. A couple of announcements before we do get started. So bits, we have bits. They can be redeemed to help the group. A few bits can resupply the group, like ammunition resupplies, which I know everybody is in dire need of. However, if you wanted to spend a little bit more, if you wanted to throw us 3,000 bits, which is about $30, you can buy pizza, which will immediately be ordered and delivered here for the cast. Yeah, very apropos for a carnival. And then we're gonna if the top range, we have 5,000 credits that will have Mosaic, the company, immediately recruit and dispatch a specialist bounty hunter for the remainder of the bounty to assist the team. So your bits can shape the story in very, very real ways. Already DOS donating enough to deliver a very special weapon at a very important time. So feel free to jump in and affect the campaign in that way.
Or our lives with pizza.
Or our lives with pizza, yeah. Also, Mosaic will send you guys a special meal to kind of commemorate that as well.
And also pizza.
In-game. And real pizza for real life. A couple other things also. Next week, possibly next week, we're going to have the New Adventures in Alberon overlay. So that is for our Friday night D&D game. It is by the same person that created the Mosaic Team 5 overlay that you can see around you, or around us, I guess. At some point in the next 2 weeks, we're going to have all new emotes, which are going to be, for some of our new characters, Oakfeld, Brenna, and Eleanor in the D&D campaign. And then as you donate bits, you'll be able to unlock a few special emotes, which are going to be the Mosaic Team 5 characters. And potentially Peep, I believe, as well. So that's good. That's going to be pretty great. I know everybody here is going to be getting Mosaic Team 5 swag of some kind, which is going to be coming next week, either the day of our session or the day after. So we'll have to see. But potentially we'll have 2 theme sessions in a row. And then we have tomorrow night at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, finally at long last, the return of Adventures in Alberon with Session 105. That is going to be really great. We're flying across the Sunjoker chain through Central Dominion, which we haven't really gone through before. Also going to fuck some people up. But you guys are underway to Nocturne, the Walled City. That is tomorrow at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on Twitch. And then finally, for sound effects, of which there will be many, we use Sirenscape, which is a digital toolset that you can use as a game master to put sound effects. You could hear the carnival music and the people in the background. Those are all from Sirenscape. Alternatively, if you have neighbors you don't like, you could play elephants just stomping and making elephant noises 24 hours a day, because they do have a wonderful loop feature. So Sirenscape, check that out. And with that, I can get us into our recap. 1 second.
Oh, I rolled that one.
That's not good.
Gotta get it out now.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Mosaic Team 5. After a nasty exchange in the street, you all engaged in a gunfight with the Freshies gang, the Yosoki clan that extorted Gibbs' scab rat family. Spice, you used a telepathic scream to shake the Freshie henchmen. Gibbs, you then dove into the street to defend your family, being shot many times in return.
Lots of times.
Bubs, you ran straight through one of the Freshies on your way to dive. On your way to dive towards the escaping SUV, missing badly in front of an onlooker taking a video on their communicator. As the wounded Freshies fled to tell the clan about the scab rats, Mosaic Team 5, to tell the scab rats, gosh, let me restart that. As the wounded Freshies fled to tell the rest of their clan about the scab rats and Mosaic Team 5, Vesson arrived, swerving his rented sports hover car into the Freshie SUV and pinning it into an apartment block. Gibbs, you inspired the neighborhood to help hide the evidence. Most of the community also resentful against the freshies for forcing them into their current situations. After a brief discussion with the scab rats, you donated the majority of the loot, weapons, armor, that sort of thing, and then you all departed north, towards Port Recreaty. There, you went to Mesmerelda's Carnival, where a keen-eyed Spice noticed a four-armed costume on a garment rack, destined for the performers. Thinking quickly, Spice, Gibbs, you snatched trapeze artist leotards, donned them, and snuck backstage. There, you interacted briefly with the pale-makeup Mesmerelda, and saw her slip the costume into a performer named Zadesh. Is it Zahesh or Dazet? No,
I wrote Zahesh in
I
my
have
notes.
Zahesh here
Yeah,
too,
I
so let's
have
go with
Zahesh.
Zahesh.
Okay.
Though you did not see the performer, suddenly the lights went down. Bubs, Vesson, and Shade, all of you playing various carnival games, were summoned back to the big tent, although finding yourself locked out, having spent a little bit too much time playing these games. And as Mesmerelda steps onto the stage, she begins to speak, and that is where we're going to begin for this evening. So give me just one moment to start here.
What are those called? Are ringleaders people who lead circuses?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
Ah.
absolutely.
We're cults.
Ah. Hopefully this is a circus and not a cult.
I
but
definitely
we'll
think
see.
it's a crime organization.
A very big overlap on the Venn diagram.
Yeah.
Circus priests and people who call cults.
Circuses are basically cults.
I mean,
Crawl
I don't know
together.
about
I
that.
feel like circuses are better than cults though.
I don't know.
They provide a lot.
Depends
to the
on their
economy.
animal.
Yeah, animal
Their
abuse
animal-
on a massive scale.
Well, this is
Right.
about to be Yosoki abuse if I have to go up on the stage.
Well,
So-
news for you.
Gibbs and Spice, for the two of you standing backstage, you see Volga, the strong woman, with a suitcase now in her hand. She's just polishing off one last hard-boiled egg from her massive bowl. You see Mesmerelda clad in this brilliant white getup, very frocky kind of ruffly blouse, the pale makeup with glitter on the cheeks. She looks to be a Lashunta, similar to you, Spice. But as the lights go down, you see suddenly through the curtains, three spotlights come on, and Mesmeralda takes a deep breath and steps through the curtains. You are now left backstage. You see a few people kind of getting up and beginning to stretch a little bit. But Mesmeralda steps out, and for you outside, you can actually hear this as well. This is amplified loudly so that all outside the tent kind of understand what they're missing. But Mesmeralda steps forwards. Ladies and gentlethems, creatures with all sorts of features and all stages, prepare to be amazed and welcome to Mesmerelda's Carnival. And then above, you can see there are four tiny little fireworks that go off within the tent itself, and purple and mint-colored confetti begin to fall around the tent. Even backstage, little bits kind of falling over the curtains.
Little bits.
Nothing you see before you is fake, and everything is real. Suddenly, next to you, Gibbs, there is this big shape that kind of moves. And as you look to your right, there is a huge, what looks almost like a panther, although I guess more like a tiger, striped fur, vaguely pink and white dapple. Definitely not like a tiger necessarily. And as it disappears through the curtains, you see not clawed paws, but toed feet. To those on stage, or to those watching what's happening on stage, a large Siberian tiger-like creature steps in front. There is this kind of like ooh and ah from the crowd. And then Mesmeralda speaks again. While the danger for our performers is very real, it should not be for you. In the event of an emergency, please walk calmly through any of the three exits, and the spotlight splits from her 3 times again and goes to each of the exits, which you see the entrance that you had all entered through, and then an exit on either side of the screen.
Can I hide backstage?
Make a self check.
Can I be looking for ways to make our way in without
Make a perception
being, like,
check. Yeah, absolutely.
blocked off by these guys?
5,
Phoenix
please.
5? Okay.
Yep.
21.
21. The masks are going to make it really interesting to read dice. Yeah, I didn't even think
Yeah.
about that. 21.
If
Okay.
anybody would like to borrow the talker.
It's because my eye holes are...
Are not dragon shaped.
Yeah, my eyes are
You
not
can put it on
eye
your head and
holes
wear it
for
more
the
like a
dragon.
headband hat.
Nah, I like it like
Okay.
this.
Suffer,
Don't
man.
limit him.
Yeah.
Okay, so with a 5, unfortunately, as you kind of look for a way to get underneath the garment rack that was still left with these other costumes, this tiger thing goes by and it kind of starts you. You let out a little yeep, and you see everybody kind of look over for a second before continuing to look at the stage. You don't feel very hidden.
No, I know. Okay, I'll stand here.
With the 21, as you look around the circus, you do see, aside from this main entrance, there are flaps in the tent on the left and right, towards the rear. You would imagine probably leading towards backstage. These also have 1 or 2 of these circus folk around, although less attentive than the ones up front.
Okay.
Knowing that we're probably going to be doing a little bit of sneaking,
Yep.
I'm probably going to take my stuffed Donkey Kong, slip off the gloves because I want to put those in my inventory for later, the 4 gloves.
Sure.
And I don't know if there's like a small child, I'll just give it to the small child or something.
Oh.
Okay, sure. No problem. There's tons of little kids all over
Yeah.
the place. Make a
Kid.
diplomacy check real quick. Audience
Hoarding
seems a
candy
bit
over there.
low.
I was about to pass it under the table since I'm not a sponsor.
6 minus 1.
6 minus
What do you
1?
get?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here, I got an arm. Oh, it worked.
You go over, kind of looking for this a
These
kid
are
to
melty,
give
but
this
I'm
to,
gonna pass
assuming
them
that it's
anyway.
going to be somewhat of a stealthy mission. This thing is like the size of your torso.
Yeah.
You find a little kid, and you're like, "Hey, do you want this?" The kid just kicks you in the shin, grabs the gorilla, and runs off.
Fuck you, old man.
I think these are melted.
I just told you they were.
I'm glad that this isn't distracting at all.
No, not at all. I'm
Um,
listening.
my thoughts are just going to go right to the orphanage and think, oh, he hit me. He must like me, like in the orphanage. It's a game kids are playing.
There you go, yeah.
Oh.
So you look at that kid, and you're just like, "Ah, what a rascal!" As he scampers off. Are you checking the sound level, Matt? Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So, as you all do these things, Spice, are you doing anything?
I don't know if this is possible, but I want to try to sense Lithshun to telepathic. You know, because we can communicate telepathically. I want to see if I can, like, sense it coming from Esmeralda.
Okay. Make a sense motive check.
Nice.
Ooh, nice. That is one of my skills
Nice.
here.
You must have rolled the sour burst.
Ooh, 9 plus 4,
9 plus 4.
13.
You sense, and it's so crowded. You can hear her speaking, you can hear the oohs and ahs of the crowd, and you sense so many different Lashunta presences, it's impossible to discern which is hers. It is a crowded series of consciousnesses in this tent,
Okay.
unfortunately. But good idea, great idea.
Rats.
Like that.
So, the spotlight's back onto her. Tonight, we bring you 4 acts. The strength of Volga, the strong woman, the flexibility of Voltero, the bendable man, and the high-flying, death-defying trapeze troupe, the Castroval Flyers. And finally, our guest of honor, Zesh, the Magnificent. And there is this kind of like oohs and ahs that go out through the crowd. Zesh, sorry. While this is a short show, every performance is better with food and drink. Look for the white-cloaked volunteers to serve you beer and other such. Now, with no further ado, allow me to introduce Volga, the strong woman. And there is like this kind of drum roll. And then, yeah, no, for sure. There is the crowd cheers. At this moment, you see Volga turn to you and the rest of the Castroval Flyers, as you know now yourself. And she just goes, "This is me." And she goes and excitedly steps through. You see she hoists the suitcase and steps into this spotlight. Mesmeralda slinks into the back, and you can see just takes off her hat, fanning herself a little bit. You hear the sound of like weights being rolled out and like a whole routine, although none of you really see it. At this time, as this first act begins, what are you all doing?
So
Okay.
I imagine Shade probably pointed to me to those flaps. He's like, "Probably look at those flaps." I'm like, "Oh, okay. So you think we could just, go in there, or maybe make a diversion, or I'm gonna just maybe do like a perception check to see if anyone's just looking around.
You can perception check, yeah.
That is a 9 plus 5, 14.
14. With a 14, you look around, and there are certainly people looking at you. You know, you are a fairly tall man with alopecia who just got kicked in the shin by a child. And you're walking with an android with like a mohawk, and you stand out for sure. You look around the Soki passing by, a few Lashunta, very few humans, and there appears to be roughly 2 of them. So there are people looking. But as you look, there's nobody who's like staring at you. Nobody who is actually seems to be especially interested or like keeping watch. So Shade, you're sneaking in.
I think
Sneaking in.
Look at that roll. You're LARPing.
Yeah.
With a 21.
LARPing. Lightning bolt.
I think the coast is clear. No one seems to be watching.
Bubs tells you this as you're already about 10
I'm
feet
already
away from
sneaking
the
in.
entrance.
Yeah, I'm already sneaking in.
You can see for a second off in the distance there is this like ding 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 ding, which you would imagine probably very similar to the Canny Oakley sounds that you heard. In this moment, you see one of the carnival folk kind of look up and turn away, and you right through.
Nice.
Are you doing it as well, Bubs?
Oh, yeah, of
Make a
course.
stealth check, please.
Oh no, I'm doing the gold. 14
Nice.
minus 2.
That's a plus minus 2.
You go through as well. This one kind of bumping into Shade, who stops because Shade, you are now right on the periphery of the edge of backstage. You look to your left. There is like 3 dressing rooms, and then you can see lights and a few figures milling about, and you hear the sounds and the crowd. At this point, you actually hear like a big cheer, and the curtain opens up right next to you. Or not right next to you, sorry. Right next to the end of the door where you see these shadows coming from, and you see a huge woman enter the backstage, like dripping with sweat. She's not carrying a suitcase.
Not forearmed.
Not forearmed,
This
no.
is the strong lady.
This
right?
is the strong lady,
Who took
Volga.
the suitcase with Volterra in it?
And yeah, certainly you hear like a little and there is the sound of a suitcase opening, and people like, there's a few screams and like a few people cheer, but you would imagine this contortionist releasing themselves from the suitcase now, yeah. At this point, one of the Lashunta comes up to the 2 of you and says, I don't recognize either of you, but are you ready to go?
Quick, can we just do a quick refresher? We're new today. This is our first day.
I'm an understudy.
That's why you're being dropped. Don't worry, it's
Okay.
going to be fine. All you need to do is
Wait,
fall.
dropped? Oh, I thought you meant like dropped, like fired, because that would be preferable.
No. So we're going on next. Just be aware. And
You only
can
need
see
3,
already
right?
they're starting to go up. As you say that, you feel this hand around your wrist, very calloused from the trapeze, and just kind of pulls you up to the curtain. You can see on the other side there is this deathly skinny man. You see the ribs protruding, and you see at this moment he like pulls his head, and it's like the whole head just sinks into his neck before the shoulders just encapsulate the whole thing, and he just bends backwards. There are people who are horrified by this, people that cheer
I'm
this.
scared.
You see the first person now climbing the ladder up towards where you see there are in the shadows these trapezes. There is no net for what it is worth. This is very much over this wooden stage. The second person goes up and turns to you, Spice. Come on. Do you follow?
Have
She
fun.
reluctantly follows.
Okay.
I make my hand really, really warm.
Okay.
I can only warm things. I don't think I can make them hot, but I'm warming my fur where the person's touching me. It's gonna get real sweaty.
Yeah. So I mean, they pulled you up to the ladder, and they are now climbing. So you don't need to climb,
So
but they
we're
are
like
turning
on
back.
stage now.
So picture it like this: if this was the curtain,
Yep.
you guys are climbing up a ladder right here behind it.
Oh,
The
so we're
trapeze
gonna
there's like a
end up-
platform like this, and then the trapezes are right around here. So
I understand.
you imagine they'll be lowered somewhat so that they can be accessible to you.
Mm-hmm.
But you see like the starting platform, and on the other end, and as you turn, actually at this point, you can see on the other end from your vantage point halfway up the ladder, Shade and Bubs kind of like in the side entrance of the backstage.
How far away is that?
Do we see
How many
them
feet?
now?
Yes, if you look up, you see them climbing up this ladder in leotards.
Are they within 60 feet?
They are.
All right, well then my new expanded telepathy can reach that far,
There
so
you
we
go.
can communicate.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
What
I
are you
reach
gonna
out.
say?
I'm like, hey, over here, with the onesie on. She's just kind of like waving.
Is that a...
I kind of like.
Gibbs is also in a leotard, but it's like, have you ever seen those
I drew a
memes of
picture
like?
from last week.
No
Oh,
way.
yeah.
It's like really bad.
Yeah, it's cute. Oh my god, that's perfect.
Here, I can put it on the a combat camera if we could put it to the.
Yeah.
I had
There
to
you go.
fix it because Joe wouldn't let me walk around like that.
There it is. Yeah, that's
What, with the
perfect.
bottle underneath? I didn't say you couldn't.
No, I know, but it was tough.
Oh,
do whatever you want.
Now I got it.
So,
Right side up.
Oh, that was terrible. Sorry, everyone.
no worries, no worries. We could do it on Instagram.
Yeah, I'll take a picture.
I think that's Spicy Gibbs up there.
It is us. You can hear.
In your mind, yeah, this voice kind of echoes back and forth, like it's rattling within your skull.
It's a two-way street too, so you can talk back to us
Oh,
or
that...
to me, not to us, to me.
Do you hear that too?
Yes. Yes.
We're on next, so
Thinking like, oh my god, bunch of fucking idiots.
You see Spice put their hands on the top platform and just like pull themselves up. There are now 3 Lashunta standing on the top, and Gibbs like right at the edge of this platform, just kind of like holding on. Gibbs, the one at the very end, says, "Now remember, you're coming on last. You don't need to do any trapeze tricks. When I hand you off to your friend, they're going to drop you. It's part of the act." And he
do I
turns
so
around.
do I overhear this and I go, I need to drop Gibbs?
No, they don't seem to. You look very similar to that other person,
Shit.
so they really don't know that you're a different person. This is you guys are in the dark backstage. There's a lot going on.
My Lashunta. Okay,
So-
well,
Suddenly, from up front, where most of you cannot see, you do hear there is this like big cheer from the crowd. And suddenly the curtain departs below you, and you see this thin man walking in on his hands and legs, although he's bent completely backwards over himself.
Oh, like that movie.
Yeah, and he just kind of like unrolls like a roll of toilet paper and stands up. But all of a sudden, the guy in front turns and just goes to all of you, "Good luck." It grabs the trapeze, and you see the spotlight onto him. There's like this wave. The crowd cheers again, and he swings off and just like disappears. You see he does this little flip, catches a trapeze in the middle, goes over to the second one, comes back again, and this time the second person turns to you, Spice, and just says, "Good luck," and then goes and like grabs their hand. The two of them swing back over both of you and then back out over stage. There are like more tricks happening. Are you guys doing anything?
I think I'd like mentally be like, do you need assistance?
no, I've got this.
You see Spice like slightly sweaty up on the top of
Am I
this
in that
this
loop?
place.
So I'm going to
Conference call.
make
Yeah,
an
it's conference.
argument. No, you're not.
Alright.
Only I can hear them.
That's
and
fine.
You guys can't hear each other talking
But we're
to me.
standing next.
But yeah,
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
That's why I was kind of like, do you hear that too?
maybe we can conference call. That's not how I was imagining.
I don't believe you can, no.
I'm gonna make an argument that there's gonna be Lashunta, they're messaging each other what the next move is, kind of like a coach would do. Or that's my argument. So maybe they're gonna be like, all right, like jump out, grab my hands or
I
whatever.
love your optimism. That's really nice. So you can
That
see
sounds bad.
again. There is this moment. Everything swings down because you see they're like swinging back, and you can see as one is being held by the ankles, they look at you, and it's this moment where you can see it's the look of like, "Are you ready?" And then they start swinging, and they get to the second trapeze, and then the third, and then all of a sudden, as they stretch out, there are these 2 Lashunta hands reaching out to you. What do you do?
I am going to leap off and try to catch
Make
them.
an acrobatics check.
How many
Obviously,
times
this
is
the
Spice
moment
gonna fall
everybody
to her
was looking
death?
for.
I'm just gonna be eyes.
Oh my god! Probably at least
Oh
2.
my god, a 9?
A 9. Fantastic. Okay, give me 1 second.
Oh no!
Spice, as you go. Oh, that's very lucky. So as you go, you leap out looking to grab on, and your foot slips. and where you're supposed to leap, you just start falling. But in this moment, you see the Lashunta at the very top, holding onto the trapeze with both hands, drops down to 1, goes down, and like the other person slides down his leg, reaches out and grabs your hand.
They're professionals. They've
There
done
is this
before.
moment, yeah. Again, the crowd goes wild. You know, you're doing this amazing thing.
Yay!
He takes you by one hand, and you can hear him just go, "Careful!" And he swings you up and lets go. And for a moment, you're on free fall. You see this other trapeze right in front of you. Make an acrobatics check, please.
Oh my god. Okay.
Make a
Here we go.
better
And as you go towards this, there is nobody here to grab you.
Oh boy.
6, 12,
12.
12.
With this, you grab on, and instead of grabbing it gracefully, you hook it right into your elbow.
Ouch.
You hold on, yeah, you feel your elbow kind of pop a little bit, and you very unsteadily spinning. The whole crowd, this time, yeah, they're like, "Oh my god, this is amazing." They think it's part of the act, and you just kind of like grab onto this, the second one, barely. Make a final acrobatics check. You can see the other person now rapidly catching
Pray
up.
for me.
Almost
Pray.
like the
No
acrobat
one's-
is like throwing him to you because this is clearly not going okay.
20. Dirty 20.
There you go.
That's better.
And as you grab onto the final trapeze, you're able to, like, at the very end of American Ninja Warrior, you swing up to the end, and you're like just about to fall off, and you swing yourself forward.
Third time's the charm.
You go over here. The second acrobat does like a flip and lands behind you. You hear cheers again. And this time you could say he just goes, "Stay here, I'll take the role." The final person on the trapeze doesn't let go, but jumps, his feet catching the trapeze so he can grab his partner by the hands, and they swing off. Gibbs, they're now approaching you.
I
can see-
stand there in my really uncomfortably fitting unitard with my jar, and I just go,
Okay, there you go.
and I wait
The
for them
third
to come.
trapeze, the second trapeze, the arms are reaching up. Make an acrobatics check, please.
No.
Oh.
I don't do this.
Okay.
Just kidding, because I don't. Because I got a 5.
A 5?
Plus
Great.
1 is 6.
Right off
Great.
the bat.
Oh, but I didn't roll the higher
For the
than
two
10.
of you who are not privy to this
Are they
conversation,
close to us on the?
they're across the stage.
Okay,
So yeah, they're,
okay.
they're like roughly 35 feet away, give or take. But you watch, neither of you tuned into what this act is, as the Gibbs goes out and just slips, her hands letting go. You could see this like horrified look on the Lashunta, and Gibbs falls and falls and falls, and there's this puff. You are like swallowed by darkness, hands, a cushion, and you hear this kind of something shutting on top of you, and there's darkness before like a flashlight turns on. You see a couple of carnies who are just like shh. For the rest of you, you see this burst of like butterflies.
What?
And suddenly standing in the space
Where Gibbs
of where
stayed up.
Gibbs was. Yeah, Gibbs standing
She
in the
was
space.
butterflies the whole time.
This is the everyone version where there can't be blood, so it's butterflies.
Yeah.
You see Zahesh. And you see, at first, these 4 arms. Wearing the same kind of elaborate outfit that you had seen. You can see the face covered, almost nothing, just hair and like these kind of very humanoid eyes. You've seen Kasatha eyes before, similar in ways. They stand amongst these butterflies. The crowd cheers again. And at this point, you can see he pulls out one after the other dagger. At this point, Mesmerelda steps back onto the stage. A microphone comes down into her hand, and she says, "For the finale, we need a volunteer." And she kind of, these spotlights go one after the other, kind of going over the crowd. Are you doing
You guys
something?
better raise your hands.
I was gonna just like walk out and be like, I am the volunteer.
Are you doing that?
I think so.
Great. So all of a sudden, as these spotlights go, you see one, and then almost like a confusion, the other 2 spotlights like stop and then zoom back into where Shade is. Mesmeralda turns, and you can see on stage like the lights hitting her, the glitter and the makeup. It's like a little bit of confusion on her face before she immediately corrects it and goes, "We have a volunteer." There is like a couple people groan because they do want to be this volunteer, but Zahesh holds out an arm to you, and you walk up to the center stage.
Right.
This carnival person brings out what looks like a wooden, almost like a cross. You see straps on either side.
Kinky.
Zahesh leans in and just says, "Don't worry, I never miss." And kind of gestures for you to step up to this cross.
Do it.
Fantastic. Both he and Mesmeralda on either side fasten these straps, which, as you feel, are quite snug.
Can I do anything to like keep them a little looser?
Yeah, make a sleight of hand check.
You know, like the old like keep your wrists up so that
Making sure I'm using
they
the
don't
right,
tighten them as
term.
much.
This is called a sleight of hand check. Yeah.
Yeah.
In the meantime,
18.
can I like take a quick snapshot and like zoom in on the stage and send it to Peep and be like, does this look like the four-armed assassin? Question mark?
Absolutely. Fantastic. So in this moment, you kind of tune out the Lashunta next to you going, what did you do? And then you're just like there and you're taking a picture. No problem. You send that over to Peep. You kind of in this darkness are gently put down. You can see like the stage above you, the spotlights as they go. You hear the people. You see Zadesh, and then you hear like these vaguely mechanical footfalls that you recognize as shades as they pass over top you. You hear the let me turn that down a little bit. You hear them talking about looking for a volunteer and all that kind of stuff. So you kind of put two and two together.
Can I make my way back to backstage?
Yeah, so as you start to look around, there is another Yosoki down there who says, come on, follow me. And just kind of grabs you again and leads you off to the area backstage. There's a ladder that goes up and then a trap door that opens up right where the three dressing rooms are.
Thanks, I just need to catch my breath. And then can I, like, casually stumble into Zahesh's dressing room?
You can certainly try. You kind of casually stumble over and locked.
I got tools for that.
Go for it. What was
That
your
was
roll?
18.
An 18, okay. As these are closed around you, and they're closed fairly securely, it's not like they're really trying to keep you captive.
Right, yeah.
So no problem, you kind of like flex your wrists in such a way so that when they finish strapping them,
I just wanna
when you
keep one
unflex,
loose
there's a
enough
little
that I
extra
can, like,
space.
So I can free my hand if I
No
need
problem.
to.
And then there is a and you start spinning. And I need you to make a reflex save because you are loose enough now where you can get free, but that means that you can get free.
I have a thing for reflex saves.
Yeah.
Does that
What is it?
what is it? It's
Is it
something. Yeah, I think it's in one of the
You
feats.
gotta tell me, I don't know.
It's something about reflex saves, but it might just be specifically for
Androids?
no, for
Go ahead and make a save and then look it up and you can add it if you
okay,
need to.
yeah. Ooh, probably don't need it anyway. It's a 18 plus whatever I have, which
That's
is
fine. So
25.
as this begins to spin, you have to almost like push your legs apart against the sides of the straps to keep yourself from falling down. So at every rotation, and it's relatively slow for right now, you have to like flex really hard to keep yourself in, and then you can kind of stop. It's very uncomfortable. And as you kind of turn once after the other, you see Zahesh taking a few steps away. A knife flies by you and it gets close. This hits you right there, and you feel almost like if you had any kind of facial hair, it would have just shaved a little bit off. And for a moment at the distance with your combat capabilities, you see the eyes and Zahesh get just a little worried, but a little closer than he meant for it. It gets right next to you as he turns around. There is, the crowd that cheers and everything. And then you start spinning a little faster.
Okay.
For the rest of you, what are you doing? Gibbs, you're trying to pick this door?
I don't have tools, but I will use my little claws.
Make a sleight of hand check.
Absolutely.
Anybody else doing anything as Gibbs is picking this door? Bubs, you are probably like 10 feet away from where Gibbs is now. Standing a little bit back into a door.
So I'm near the backstage, is what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay, would I have to like sneak into the backstage, or
When you
just
guys
walk?
slipped through the tent, it was into the backstage.
Okay,
so you guys
alright.
are there now.
I think I'm going to possibly go over to the back and just pretend to be like, oh, I'm looking for my friend, like a casual person who sees.
You walk towards the back, and walking down the first little 15-foot hallway before it turns into the true backstage, you see Gibbs just kind of like looking at the doorknob.
16.
16? Actually, no problem. You get in there, and with your little teeny tiny claw, you've had kind of a rough day. You were just dropped off of a trapeze. You just kind of, you feel your claw crack a little, But the lock gives and you open the door. You kind of slide in. You turn, you see Bubs standing right there.
In here. Now. Oh, fast. Shut up. Fast. Now. Okay. Shh.
Bubs right in and you shut the door behind. You are now within a very small, like a 5x7 dressing room. There's a big mirror. There are those like classic light bulbs around the mirror, like the big ones that screw in. You can see there's a few costumes. You also see a communicator sitting on the desk. What do you want to do?
This is. I explained that this is the Kasasa that we think that are the other costumes also four-armed.
Make a perception check.
Is this a shooter or a Kasatha we're dealing with? I'm so confused.
6 + 9 is 15.
15. It's not very hard. I mean, it's just a rack
Yeah.
of clothing, and as you pull them apart, the costumes are all four-armed. But there are like civilian clothes that this person probably wears into work. Those are not. You can see two-armed jackets, and as you look through the clothes, definitely human in make. Probably not a four-armed person is this. But out on stage, Shade, you spin faster and faster. Every time a knife is thrown, it feels closer and closer. The first one was close, but it's almost like these knives, like millimeter thick. One after the other, it's like faster and faster. There's like 2 at a time, 3 at a time. And then finally, you can see he holds out one knife and then another. And he does have these 4 arms. And you're watching as he throws. He is throwing knives with all 4 arms, but there's something weird in the motion to it, for sure, for you from your position. At this moment, suddenly, instead of holding just 1 or 2 knives, he goes over to the small table and opens a case. And in there, you see there are 10 slightly differently shaped blades, each one. And he picks one up and puts it between each finger, and then comes out and he holds them out, shows them to the crowd, and then looks at the little thing that you're
using
spinning.
the like bottom set of arms.
Make a perception check.
For
Are you good at computers?
like, or is it like just an illusion that he's like throwing them with the 2
Make a
arms? But,
perception
yeah.
check.
That's a dirty 20.
A dirty 20. For sure, this is, as you look and you see him kind of turn, he does have these within the 2 arms, all the knives, not in the bottom 2. And as he moves, you can see there is slight movements. The way that he holds his arms very close to the body, when he holds his elbows out, the other arms move.
Oh, so it's like one of those spider
Yeah, like
costumes.
spider
More
costumes.
complex, certainly. And you can see they are capable of certain independent movements. And now, kind of remembering back when he throws a knife and then another one with the underarm, it's almost as if the other, he's
It's
definitely
like
throwing.
mirroring it.
Yeah, very much. And so you definitely see this is somebody not using those bottom arms. Those are certainly fake. And with a 20, as you look from your position on this thing, turning end over end, you see in the crowd as these like lights are going over and over, the various vendors moving about. You see like a Lashunta with soda, kind of giving them to different people, these huge novelty Mesmeralda cups. You see people giving popcorn and everything, but all the way across on the left side of the crowd, you do see one vendor who has 4 arms. In each arm, you can see a thing of popcorn being passed out. And looking over at them, there is a red glow, a mechanical glow, to both of their eyes. I would say... Okay,
I'm going to make note of that vendor.
sure. You are spun very quickly all of a sudden, and you lose this. And for all of you now, there is this rapid fire knife, and they sing all around you, kind of outlining your face. There is this big cheer from the crowd, and you feel the spinning begin to suddenly subside.
I quick grab the communicator and hack it. Check for anti-hacks.
Make a computer. Okay, so if you want to check for
Countermeasure.
countermeasures first, make a computer's check.
While she's doing that, I want to just check the desk and see if there's any personal items
Make a
or
perception
anything.
check, yeah.
8. 8 for countermeasures.
You take it and you just kind of, it doesn't seem to hack, unfortunately. However, when you bite it, there is a picture of like this man, definitely a human, kind of like sandy hair, like a little wispy, probably like starting to thin, but a pretty handsome looking guy. And like his son, it's like a background picture. A little crack now on the screen from your tooth.
guy's ugly.
A 1.
A 1. Okay.
I'm fucking up tonight. I gotta be honest.
I'm so bad at my rolls.
You're pretty anxious. All this is happening pretty quick, and as you go, you see the desk, and you're like, oh, you take the drawer, just pull it out and throw the whole thing. The knob comes off in your hand. You hold this little knob, and the whole drawer just hits the wall.
Fucking donkey.
It breaks. Like little items go everywhere and kind of get lost in the pile of costumes and props. And you'd imagine hard to find anything really now.
Oh, I can clean this. I'm very good at cleaning.
No. Thump. Act is over. We gotta get out of here.
Oh, you're right.
Stay in
And
there.
I chuck the communicator onto the dressing table or
Okay,
whatever.
no problem.
I grab Bubs and we're gonna skadoodle out.
You kind of slide out the door. Everybody kind of like congratulating each other for a pretty good show. You see just the tail end of Mesmeralda's legs as she steps out onto stage, presumably to finish this show. As you are unstrapped, this person kind of leans, sorry about that first one. And he kind of like pulls the dagger away too. But rights you, helps you off this kind of cross. And at this moment, you can see in the crowd, standing there, probably dead center from where you were. Who amongst you had noticed that bounty hunter entering first?
I think that was.
It was Spice.
It was Spice.
Yeah.
It was Spice.
So Spice, from your position, now kind of backstage, leaning and looking out, surrounded by the other members of your Lashunta flying troop.
My BFFs now.
You guys, they're not like super thrilled with your performance.
Whatever. I pretend like they are.
Fantastic.
I read it as they were.
And they're polite enough to accept that. But as you kind of look and you see Shade being helped down from this, beyond Shade in the center, this person stands up. The same bounty hunter looking person you'd seen before. Cowboy hat, like almost like a classic poncho over top, except parts of it are armored. You can see...
Andy, is that you?
You can see they have... they definitely are carrying sidearms, 2 of them.
Okay.
But at this moment, they yell out, "Stop! That Kasatha has a bounty out on him, and I'm here to collect."
Spice is going to run up to them and be like, "Ha ha! The show is over. Shut your mouth."
So the music stops. You can see this 5-piece little band off to the side, like stops. There's the accordion that, comes to a stop. Everybody looks, and the spotlights, all 3 of them, up onto this bounty hunter who like squints a little bit. You turn, you can see this guy who's standing right next to you turns and goes, "Are you wanted?" And in this moment, Spice, or it was you who had seen this Kasatha.
Yeah.
You see him suddenly look around and just dart out the.
I'm chasing after that guy.
Okay, so he's like, "Are you wanted?"
And I'm
you
like,
just
I
push
think
him and
he's
run.
talking about you, and then I run.
Okay, so you book it,
And
kind
I'm
of heading
going
off
to
in that
chase after
direction.
that guy.
You see him begin to run as well.
Can I
Mesmeralda's
try
still
to
with the
grapple
microphone.
him, the bounty hunter? Or is he-
He's like probably 80 feet away. He's in the
Oh.
crowd, so he's like has a seat. He's
see.
now standing up, accusing them. All the way across these seats, across the stage, in like the corner is you peeking out the back.
While I'm running, I'm going to try to get on my comms and be like, "That's not the bounty."
Okay, sure. So you get on the comms, you say that's not the bounty. Suddenly all of you hear this over your communicators, and you see
so
Shade beginning to
I'm in
run towards
pursuit.
the
The
exit.
guy.
The one on stage is not the bounty.
Oh, okay. You're correcting
mechanic
his horse
on
that
the
Gibbs has been on for like
Yeah.
24 hours.
There
Yeah,
you go.
I get it.
So, what are you all doing?
I'm chasing after the
Bounty
presumably
person
actual
guy. Yeah,
bounty.
sure. Dan, what are you doing?
I'm with Gibbs right now, so I imagine we're probably running out of backstage.
Tunnel of Love?
Maybe in a bit.
Okay. Go!
We gotta get back to the main
I grab his
stage.
hand and we run across the stage to we're following Spice's
Sure.
tail.
This is
You
the
grab
romance we all
onto
really
Bubs,
wanted.
and you guys haul.
I'm
out
blushing a
Spice.
little bit. This is the first time someone's ever held my hand.
Aw.
I'm a
Interestingly,
Bibs shipper.
I trade it very quickly to my tail so I can run like 4 paws the way that Gibbs always does when she's in a rush.
Especially with your tail, there is a staticky, cold feeling as soon as it wraps around Bubs' hand. And having been involved in, you probably wouldn't know what that is, but it's a very odd sensation. You just kind of mark it for later.
What? You holding Gibbs' tail? Very sweaty, very hot.
Spice,
Yes.
what are you doing?
I'm chasing after Andy, even though that's not its name. What's
Fantastic.
Andy's name? Can I recognize his
Andy.
bounty hunter? Is it part of Mosaic?
It's 2-foot Tom or whatever.
Make a
Two-finger
culture
Tom.
check. Make a culture
12
check.
finger Tom. 24 Tom.
Oh, natural one.
Natural one, no idea.
That's
Okay.
two this
Certainly
evening.
not a Mosaic employee, though.
Okay.
They kind of haul out. They're through the tent. You see Shade disappear through the tent. You follow closely behind, and then the two of you, Gibbs and Bubs, you guys follow. Hey, Carson!
Woo!
Welcome.
Bess has arrived.
Put it on. Or this one. Your
You all
preference.
now pursue this individual through the carnival.
That was the one that I had.
I like it.
Shade,
This fits so well.
you run out the entrance, you turn, make a perception check.
Come on, eyeballs, don't fail me now. 24.
24, okay. You turn, and this is like the Terminator, your like targeting display is going all over the place looking for a match. And suddenly you see like everything slows down. You see four arms all in motion before they disappear around the corner. And you turn and you follow them.
Booking
Are
it.
you communicating this change of plans at all?
Yeah, I'm in pursuit, and I'm just like telling them where I'm running as I'm
No
running.
problem.
We're watching the parkour live stream through his comms.
Fantastic, yeah.
It's very confusing, but
Yeah, I've
like,
got like the
GoPro.
live stream GoPro
Yes,
video.
exactly.
Yeah.
So you
Not a
guys,
sponsor.
You guys all, following Shade's communication somewhat, begin to lace your way through. For the three of you, Vess, we'll say that you're just kind of following along. You just witnessed a circus. There was an accusation that one of the performers was the bounty. It was not. Shade is now following the presumable bounty.
Okay,
You are all following Shade.
but Gibbs did a wonderful acrobatics
Yeah, Gibbs
outfit,
and Spice didn't fall to her
No,
death.
she spelled her
It
down.
was close. It was close.
Almost, very close.
For the second time in the same.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
in the
run
same
by
story.
right at the moment that you can kind of hear the little ding, and all the little pigs take off around the tin pig race.
Tin pigs!
You all run by the tin pigs. You can see now, you catch up a little bit to the Lashunta. They turn right through and they push through the line to Mesmerelda's merry-go wheel. You see the people kind of complain as he busts through, this person busts through, and you following down this long straightaway, Gibbs, you and Bubs turn around and you watch as first the bounty hunter and then, Shade make their way directly towards the Tunnel of Love.
How far away is the bounty hunter?
The bounty hunter at this point, probably about 140 feet. They're getting pretty close,
Oh, we are going to the tunnel of
probably
love.
about 60 feet.
Okay.
Together.
I'm trying to. I had my notes down, but is it dead or alive?
Oh,
It is dead or alive.
Yeah.
I believe it's dead or alive. A little bit less dead.
Okay, that's what I thought.
So, you, from where you are, Shade, for a moment, you can see the person manning this ride stand up. As they stand, the Kasatha who gets up to them just seems to like move something in front of their face, and that person just kind of falls back into their chair. Not dead. You see, they're still kind of moving, but they look dazed.
Like stunned or something.
Yeah. The Kasatha picks up a brightly colored fish boat and disappears behind the curtains and goes into the Tunnel of Love.
All right, I'm still chasing.
Okay, so you first. There's now in front, you can see, you pull the curtains aside and you can see already kind of like skidding away a little bit once you get there. Around the corner, already just disappearing, the black and white fish boat of this Kasatha.
Okay.
Turning to your right, so this is basically like a 10-foot wide, slow moving, but fairly deep, burbling water that goes along. As you look into it, this is a sewer that has been reconstructed and repurposed to a tunnel of love, although relatively clean. Like a storm drain, not like a septic sewer.
Or like the Boston Tea
And
Party.
actually, very much so, when you look at it, it is placed into a kind of hill that goes up to a road. So this is like very much a storm runoff drain that has been converted into this tunnel of love.
Okay.
So you, looking to your right, there are like 5 or 6 different fish boats, and you can kind of grab whichever one you want.
None of them look like they're super powered or anything.
If you want to take some time to take a look.
I don't.
okay.
I'm just grabbing the nearest one.
You grab the nearest one.
It's
bright.
hot pink.
It is hot pink.
Nice! It was my
Bright pink
Lashunta.
accents.
You can read his
Reading
mind.
his mind. fine.
If Yosoki spend enough time around Lashunta, they get it's contagious. It's a
Well, it's
common-
because women are cycle synced.
So Shade, you grab this boat, you splash it into the water, you jump aboard, and very slowly you feel this little motor kick in, and you begin to paddle off into pursuit.
The world's slowest chase.
Can I like try to overclock it like how I overclocked the scooter?
So you
or
turn
the-
around. If you want, you can begin definitely trying that. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
because
turn
it's
around,
like it's on a track, right?
make a
It's only
perception
going-
check. Yes, make a perception check because you need to figure out this is just a fish boat.
Right.
Now, let me give you guys a little bit more perspective. I will say I do need a lot of table room.
yes.
Right, because it's
Right.
long.
Is there?
It is not just long. It is just the largest map I've ever made. Okay.
I also need some
Do
dice.
not have
I'll
a
play my
tunnel of
card.
life.
Sure, no problem. Let me get you some dice.
Cool.
I've got some right here, actually. Dice tray on the thing if you want to grab it. It's in my box, usually.
I'm more of a
Actually,
roll
I
on
have
the
one
table
here.
kind of person.
There's also this
The
big
entrance
bag
is
of
going
that.
to be facing that direction.
Yep.
Actually, the entrance and the exit because they're on the same wall.
There's some.
So let me explain this a little bit, and I'll pull up the
this.
combat encounter map.
Oh my.
This is nice.
So a couple of things before we get into like the reading.
Oh yeah.
This is a
Nice.
two-tiered map, and it is very much a sewer drain, but where the top layer crosses the bottom layer,
Is like
there are tall sections where you can from the bottom.
this is like an underpass.
Yes,
How tall is the top to the bottom section?
about 10 feet.
10 feet,
And
okay.
then there's 10 feet from the top section to like where the ceiling is in most places.
Okay.
These tunnels about 20 feet wide. The middle 10 feet are water. Generally speaking, there seems to be like a little bit of a half fence between the water and the actual.
And did we start here?
So you started right there. Yes, you can see the operator is still dazed in that chair.
Yeah.
And I will say you can take yourself and put yourself.
Is
in
there
that.
was there a thing that I could? Was there like a control panel there that I
If you
could
didn't
have like?
stop to look, you would have needed to do more of that perception. If you
Okay. Okay.
want to get the balance.
Did I see Shade go into the Tunnel of Love? Would we
I'm
all...
actively
yeah.
communicating.
Live
I'm like
streaming it.
I'm entering the tunnel of
Yeah.
love.
So yeah, you definitely did.
Try to block off the exit.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that was my exact thought.
I think what I'm probably just gonna do, just go on my comm a little bit and just go, make sure you turn on your flashlight. Cause
So if you could put that right in the a little bit further this way. No, forward, right there. Yeah, right there. And then you put the
Oh, this is
bounty on
great.
there.
So am I like right here, or can I get a little closer so that I can jump
No,
onto?
you're right
something?
in the front here.
okay.
Unfortunately.
So are these literal tunnels? Are they closed tunnels?
It's like
Yeah, so this is a sewer. It's like a big round sewer tunnel.
Okay,
The
so they're
10
not
middle
open at the
is
top.
water.
So I can't
No.
jump. Okay, that's fine.
No, however, and you do not know this yet, but once you get in, you go around and then down. And when you are going underneath, you can see 3 overpasses where you can see the people going above you. So there are areas where you can interact between the levels.
I can't see shit in this mask.
But you
I
have
got
to
it.
be
I got it.
in this system to do that. I can't just like jump
Precise.
over the tunnel of love to get there.
Okay.
Is there someone in there?
Nope.
Okay.
This is not when the big tent is going.
No
this
one
is not-
really gives a shit about the tunnel of love.
So this guy's just been kind of like feeding boats through to look busy. And then if you could put that one all the way, it's about to exit. Alrighty. So
Wait, sorry.
Tails.
Which is the front of the bow?
the eyes, you can see the 2 big bulbous eyes that go off the side of the fish.
Tails and
The tail. So the way that these boats are kind of shaped,
It looks like a Studio
it's like the
Ghibli
tail is
character.
going
Yes,
over the
they
fish, and these are like these dumb-looking, like little carp-looking fish. There is wooden places for you to put your feet. You then sit down, and then what was your perception check?
Previously?
No, you made one when you came in to look around for controls because you want to overclock this.
Oh, I hadn't rolled that
okay,
yet.
yeah. So make that roll.
Hey, I'm proud of you, Joe.
11.
Oh, thank you. 11?
Yeah.
Okay. You look around and you can't find any controls. This thing is like sort of idiot proof, probably because, you know, they don't want like little kids messing with the controls.
To overclock
Exactly.
the tunnel of love.
So at the moment, if we were in combat, you'd be going 15 feet around.
Okay.
It is a nice leisurely pace. However, as you kind of begin to move, you would imagine they
he
are
going
moving at the
this
same
way?
pace. Yes.
Okay. So that's
So they're going to start going under the pass. And as you start to move around this corner, give me one moment. I'm going to read some stuff to
Yours
you
is
guys.
also backwards. Your fish is also backwards.
If you look at the fish, there's a side with eyes and a side with a tail.
Oh.
The tail's like coming over the deck. Yeah.
Okay.
So
need that 25.
as you pass that Lashunta
I like that
operator
cat on
shade, You see this tunnel.
You look awesome.
Hey, you.
Very low light. There are a
better
few
gift for
lanterns here and there, but the section that you're on especially very, very dark. Just the daylight behind.
I'm gonna use my because Bulbs was like, make sure you turn on your flash.
I do not sound like that.
I'm gonna like, because I don't have a comm, but I am a comm.
Yeah.
So do I have a flashlight like in my face?
No,
Do I have like eyeball?
you have
eyeball light?
you have 2 eyeballs. You don't have eyeball
I
lights.
have one eyeball.
You would so interestingly. What I will say is you did notice those glowing kind of red eyes. Those were mechanical. Those are probably
Dark
cybernetics.
vision.
Yeah, you do not have those.
Okay. I'm gonna take his eyes. I'm taking your eyeballs.
So Shade, as you round the first bend and Gibbs and Bubs kind of run up to the entrance, you can see as you turn there are overhead these like
Dangly
very
vines?
cheap LED lights with plastic bits of pink and red and purple that make the lights twinkle all across this space, across the water, across the kind of mildewy walls. And as you kind of turn around the corner, you can see, where are we here? In front of you, there is a whole series of vines with flowers, roses. It looks as if the central one has been cut and they all now hang down. And you can see, even as they approach, these massive thorns in them. It is a long stretch where these, and you see like a trellis where they all clung to, slightly damaged as they went through, this person breaking it so that it falls down behind.
Okay.
You can certainly make it through. However, as you go through, you're going to need to make a little bit of a check to get through unscathed.
Can I like belly down to the floor to avoid it, or
Make a reflex save. You can certainly try.
11? It's bad times.
Straight 11?
Yeah.
Just missed. Unfortunate.
Oh, unless this is now where I'm gonna look to see if I have advantage on these.
Otherwise, you're taking 7 piercing damage.
Okay.
Ooh.
As you move through 15 feet of these sharp spikes, the vines almost seem to wrap around you. You have to like pull away, they snap, and the thorns stay in you. But they are beautiful
romantic.
red, pink, and purple roses. And now,
Lovebirds, bitch.
interestingly,
Yes.
as this is all happening, there are still these little holographic petals that are falling all around. And as they hit on the skin, they just burst into little pixels and
Are
like,
there?
fall
Is there
away.
like path? Is there like a walkway along the side of the whole
There's a
thing?
little half wall between them, but there is like a little walkway. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna try. I want to try to like time it so that when he's going under one of them, I can like jump down onto his boat.
You
from
certainly
above.
can. There is like a wooden trellis
Yeah.
that separates that, but it's like scrap wood. You could burst through that, no problem.
Okay. Cool.
Hold on to that. So for the two of you, you reach the end of this. Spice, you were following behind, so you reach first. As Shade goes around the corner, you pull this screen aside, and you see Shade just disappear on a fish boat down the tunnel of love.
Where is Two Toes over here?
He's slower than any of you. He's going to take a second to get there.
Okay,
He also had
well,
to fight his way out of the crowd. So.
I'm gonna go on the comm unit. Someone go to the end of the tunnel of love. I'm going to keep Two Toes over here distracted.
This is what I was talking
And
Okay.
I'm going to turn around and try to point Two Toes, or whatever the fuck his name is, off away from the actual bounty.
Okay, so you
And
get
try to
yourself
distract him.
positioned and ready to distract him, no problem. You see Bubs and Gibbs run up right to where you are. The two of you now reaching the entrance. What do you want to do?
The guy he shot with the sleep dart, was that the right operator, or I missed that part? Who did
So
he...
turning, you don't see any dart, but currently dazed, there is like a teenager who's just like drooling a
And
little.
that was the right operator,
All of our
Yes.
casualties
Okay.
are just gonna be teenagers working.
Yeah.
Elderly
we-
too.
Do we have a general idea of where the ride ends?
You turn to the left and you see suddenly that boat, that yellow boat, just kind of through these plastic
Okay.
flaps and comes out into the grass. You'll notice drawn on there, the grass is kind of ragged, moving over to the entrance. Probably that teenager has to drag the boats back. They're very light. They're like lighter than fiberglass, but still, that is how these boats are returned. So you see it just out and kind of skid onto the grass a few feet.
I grab it and I turn it around, and
Okay.
I'm gonna start pushing it up the stream
Okay,
with my little
sure.
Yosogi body, and I'm like, "Tunnel of love, baby, get in!"
Ow, ow.
Channeling my inner spice.
You guys are gonna go backwards?
Yes.
I love that. Give
With
me
the
just
boat, so
1
we'll-
second.
Whoop whoop.
So you guys are at the end of it, right?
Yes. Getting in the boat,
Make an athletics check.
and I'm gonna do an athletics check,
Okay.
but I'm gonna hang off the back of it
Yep.
and like
Try to paddle.
with my little Yosogi feet. Like,
Do you have a swim speed?
no, I don't.
Would
It's
I
an
also be
athletics
able
check.
to assist with that?
I mean, what are you doing?
I'm going to probably do a Bubs like kind of arm wave with it, but
Sure.
like also kind of like sewage.
Yeah, it's that you're in a sewer.
Yeah, but Gibbs is like,
Oh yeah, you're in
Home
your
turn.
element. You're in your element right now.
Diving right in.
"Dude," and I have a -2 to my strength.
0.
An 18
The boat crushes you.
plus what did you say was an athletics?
Yeah.
Plus
The non-existent current pushes the boat back. And you're
3,
just like,
so 21.
So Gibbs, for you, you hang off the back and you start kicking your little legs, splash, 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 splash. The boat just starts moving back towards the entrance.
This isn't
You feel a
working.
little pedal,
Trade.
and then from the side, Bubs, you start splashing, splashing. You feel yourself moving backwards. You kind of grab onto the end where these little half wall posts go up, and you start like pulling yourself along. The boat kind of scrapes along, but no problem. You can move very slowly upstream. You guys can move yourselves 5 feet forward.
Oh no.
Vess, at this point, you see Gibbs and Bubs going backwards into the Tunnel of Love. You turn to your right. Spice is standing guard at the entrance. You saw Shade run in. What do you want to do?
I think I'm going to start the detect. Am I in range to start detect thought? It's
Of who?
too far.
like here.
From there. Well, actually, no. I think I'm going to. I think just keep. Like take off running towards the thorns.
No problem. Yeah, you catch up to Shade who, as he goes around the corner. Shade, you are now through those flowers. And as you get to that point, Vess, you run around the corner. You see this android looking over to the side. Go ahead and make an athletics check as you want to dive over the side onto the ship as it passes under.
Nice.
And everybody get ready to roll for
I
initiative. 'cause
found the
that's where
thing
that's
about
taking us.
reflex saves
Okay.
also. I gain a +2 circumstance bonus to acrobatics checks to balance on narrow surfaces,
Okay.
a +2 circumstance bonus to AC against tripped combat maneuvers, and a +2 circumstance bonus to reflex saves against effects that knock you prone. So I don't think that counts.
nope.
Okay.
Okay, so it's acrobatics.
Yes. Or, sorry, not for you. So you're just running. You're
just
you're
running.
fine.
We're talking about.
Okay, so
Not
I'm
yet.
wrong.
Hold
Oh,
on.
good.
We're gonna
Okay.
see. We're gonna see how effective this is.
Ooh,
'cause if you-
19.
19.
Ooh, that's
So, Vess, as you run, you turn and you see Shade bunch up and then jump, and there's this extra little kick of from the thrusters that you have on your boots, and you burst through the trellis wall over
trying to,
top
like,
all of these
tackle
like
the
broken elements of wood spreading out like wings behind you, and you land just Batman style on the bottom of this this ship as it goes over. You can see this
Guessing
four-armed
it's probably
Kasatha.
more like this side, right?
Yes, yes. And so, interestingly, also, as you went around, you are currently in what is like a fake bayou. As you go around this kind of bend and then down these two little
It's like a
rolling
new,
parts.
like going to Frog Country. as it were.
Similar. However, as you go down, you can see you are now in what is supposed to be like a bayou. There are fireflies, little fake fireflies kind of twinkling.
Animatronic.
All along the side, now separating Vest from where you are, there is this artificial tall grass that is just wood painted on one side and wood on the other. So it looks like tall, like a swampy grass, but it's really just wood. Also, as you start going, there is additional music that kicks up, and you see this animatronic crawdad on the opposite side from Vest start walking. and it begins to sing like a little melody that is a little bit lost. As all of a sudden you smash through this trellis and land on the boat. But
It's a small world. Ash.
oh no, this is straight up like Little Mermaid. This is
Kiss the girl. All right.
La 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 la.
that is not a register. That is not a sponsor.
Not a
This
sponsor.
is instead a song called "Kiss the Pearl," and it's a little bit more gender neutral, and it is still sung by a crawdad, not a crab, because this is not a trademark violation.
Right.
So this animatronic serenades the boat as you smash down next to it. And everybody go ahead and roll for initiative, because that's definitely where this is taking.
I don't think I'm in initiative, right?
You're definitely in initiative, because this bounty hunter is going to be this. Everything is happening kind of like in turn sequence at this point.
14.
You can see about 30 feet away now from you, Spice. The slightly out of breath bounty hunter, normal number of toes.
Okay, I have things I want to say to him as
Sure.
he approaches.
No problem. We'll get to there on your turn.
Yeah, I forget what his
Silly
name
to
is.
kiss
I feel
the
like we got
toes.
it at some point.
I don't think you did.
I probably have
Yeah.
it written down. Oh, maybe not.
Maybe not. Yeah.
Almost positive you don't.
Oh no, we were just told there was going to be competition.
Yes.
I don't think we were told who our competition was going to be.
Certainly. So,
4 times my speed.
anybody natural 20?
Net.
Okay, that's good. 25 to 20?
21.
21. Spice. 20 to 15.
17.
17 as well.
19.
Nice.
What's yours, Dex?
Probably
Probably
probably higher than yours.
Yeah.
Do you do it by
plus 3.
dex or initiative bonus?
So
it's a tie.
everybody still has the exact same initiative bonus
Where?
except for you. So,
So
right now it could
it's
be
the
Dex.
actual number.
Oh, what's the actual number?
Yeah, because 16 and 17 are the same.
I probably still
But
have
if you
higher
have a
than
17,
For sure.
it's higher
Gibbs
than
is
a
not an
16.
athletic lady.
Yeah.
I got
Vess,
a-
what'd you roll?
11.
An 11. Okay. And
Would you roll?
and your friend, not bad.
What's your character's name again?
You cannot fall in love when you don't know your lover's name.
So, Spice, you
I
are
mean, that's-
first,
Yeah, it's Bubs.
followed by
There
Shade.
it is.
Bubs is her lover's name.
Yeah, I'm a big Bibs shipper.
So,
Is that her name?
It's either Gobs or Bibs. I like Gobs. I like Gobs.
Yeah,
I'm
Gubs
team
is actually better.
Bibs.
Gubs.
No, Gobs.
Gubs.
so Spice, you are up first, followed by Shade, followed by the bounty hunter approaching you, Spice, followed by Bubs, then Gibbs, then Vess, and then finally at the very end with a 2,
Oh,
this
nice.
bad guy. Yeah,
Nice.
You guys got lucky on that. So, Spice, you see this bounty hunter approaching you. He is, wearing the cowboy hat is like now in his hand. He's sweating a little bit, kind of greasy hair, but he puffs up to you. What are you saying?
Can I? I'm gonna. If he's coming up to me, I'm gonna be casting daze on him while he's running, so maybe he doesn't see like my hand motions or
Okay,
whatever.
so what does he have to do for? What does he have to do for days?
Let's see. Daze. I guess I just have to roll to hit,
Oh,
right?
nice.
Yeah, it's within 25 feet.
Okay, go for it.
There she.
This is an envoy thing or a Lashunta thing?
Lashunta, so
That
this
makes
is
sense.
just like a
Telepathic.
natural ability
Sure.
that I can do. 11. I don't get any modifiers for spells, right? Maybe
This
a
is why I
ranged
took
attack
this.
bonus?
Probably not. Spells are different, so you will usually say in the ability itself.
It's just a standard action.
The standard action.
I'm
Okay,
about
one
to
sec.
do
This is Lashunta
that.
magic, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So days is
Spell-like ability. Spells.
wow, it's really good. No, this just happened.
Yeah, I don't.
Saving throw
But I don't get
negates.
the
It's a will
bonuses.
save.
Oh yeah, will negates.
So,
Your attempts to grapple.
And the duration is 1 round.
unfortunately, that's almost certainly going to succeed. That is going to be a
Let's take a look then.
will. You said
Oh, shit, it's right.
Yeah.
22.
Fuck. How do I calculate my will to see if he?
No, it's not your will. It's your like.
It's definitely not going to be that high, especially not at level 3. So you
That's instead.
focus your telepathy in on this individual, and you focus it as hard as you can. But he seems pretty battle hardened. Doesn't seem affected by it.
Okay.
But he approaches you. You saying anything?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to be like, Look at this poor child, and I point to the child.
That's
The bounty. He went over there by the merry-go turn or turn a wheel.
This part.
The merry-go wheel.
Let's go chase him. Yeah.
Make a diplomacy check. Or
Wouldn't it be bluff?
this is definitely bluff. Yeah.
Okay. Let me roll a bluff check real quick. Please don't be a natural one.
It's gonna have to be pretty good.
Okay.
But
13. Well, this is one of my skill expertises for an envoy. So 13 plus 5 is 17.
17.
Yes.
Okay, you can see he looks at the person, he looks over there, he looks through the curtains, they're still moving because of your teammates going through, and he goes, all right, and he kind of turns to you, lead on, and he gestures
Okay, so
with
we
his
just
revolver.
start running towards the turn a wheel.
He's following
merry-go-turn.
you, you turn, you look, he looks a little confused.
just
You
go, "Come on, help
just
me!"
beat him on that. So yeah, he's like a little confused, but he's following for the time being.
Nice.
Jesus, okay.
So this bounty hunter follows. You guys kind of push through people off in the direction of the merry-go-wheel.
Oh my god, that was so close.
Spice, that is your turn. That brings us to Shade. Shade, you 3-point Batman superhero land. Standing up, you are now face to face with this red-eyed Kasatha.
Okay. I'm going to use my move action to activate my adaptive fighting ground fighting technique,
Okay,
and then I'm going to attempt to grapple this person.
go for it. Yeah,
And I don't know. I feel like I take a bunch of minuses or something.
yeah.
I
It's
don't know.
grappling is tough.
But the penalties
another
from the
check.
pinned condition don't apply to your attempts to grapple your opponent or free yourself.
that's awesome.
So I don't know what
It doesn't
that is.
affect it right now.
No, it's
That's
after I grapple, right? I basically need a natural 20, which I didn't get. That's shit.
You have to beat their KAC plus 13.
Yeah. Probably not unless their KAC is 1 or 0.
Certainly not. They are not walking around butt naked with their skin off. So no, you you go to grab them, and the two bottom arms, his front arms are crossed. The two bottom arms come up and stop your arms.
Okay.
He doesn't even uncross his arms.
Okay. Quick action, say fuck.
Okay, no problem. Anything else?
That's my attack, or my action, my move action, that's it.
Okay, the bounty hunter takes his turn following Spice. So that is his turn. Bubs, what would you like to do? And Gibbs, you are on deck.
I believe I'm going to. How hard is it to climb up into the sidewall right here?
For you, it'd be a pretty quick acrobatics or athletics check, your choice, as to whether or not you want to like haul yourself over the siding or you want to kind of jump.
To get on the walkway right here, or
Yeah.
to get over the whole thing?
To get on the walkway. So there is no over the whole thing. That's
a
solid
wall.
ground up to the sky.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So it is
Oh,
on
okay. I
ground.
thought
Okay.
it was.
There are some areas that are just narrower because I couldn't make the map any bigger physically.
I'm probably going. Ooh. Can I free action grab Gibbs?
If I'm willing,
If you're willing, yeah,
I'm
sure.
willing. We're in the tunnel of love, baby. Grab
There
me
you
all
go.
you want.
Yeah.
I'm Spice.
So I'm gonna,
Well, so interestingly,
Stealing
the
all
part
my
that you
moves
guys are in
here.
right now, as you guys are progressing down any further, if you look back behind you, there's a camera pointed as if you were, exiting. It would be taking a picture as you go through the curtains. But as you push through these curtains and get to the true end of the tunnel of love,
Are you
you
guys
can
going
see
up?
it's almost like, at the very corner up ahead of you, it's like an enchanted forest. You see these big, modified looking oak trees with glass leaves and glowing kind of things. It's in front of you at the moment, though, as you, still are paddling against the stream.
Soaking wet Yosoki, pushing this tiny little boat, making no progress.
But, Bubs, what do you want to do?
Okay. So I'm going to. Actually, now that I have here, I think I'm just gonna go forward and jump on there.
Okay, yeah, make an
yeah.
athletics check.
Try to join Shade. That is a 7 plus, I believe, 3.
A 10?
Yeah.
So you go to jump, and as you do, the whole little fish boat, basically being fiberglass, like sinks into the water. A big like bunch of water scoops up into the boat, and then you fall half in the water, half like catching yourself on the side.
Nice.
That's half your movement. It's half your movement just to get off the boat. So you're still back where Gibbs is.
Okay.
And you have half your movement left.
I'm gonna try to get back up on the sidewall.
Okay, yeah.
One.
Wow, that's
So bad.
You see for a moment, Gibbs, as Bubs jumps off and like lands half in the water, they turn and they go, "Huh," and they're just underneath the boat. You feel this like boom, 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 and then
And he didn't
Bubs kind of
close his
bursts
mouth
up like
beforehand.
breathing. You see a leech on his cheek, just kind of suctioned on. But anything else, Bubs?
I don't think I can do anything else.
Unfortunate. That is your turn, Gibbs. You see
your
Bubs
worst
in front of you,
nightmare.
standing in the water, leech on his cheek. Comes up like to Bubs' chest. It's fairly deep.
probably like
Bonus action remove the leech.
Sure, yeah. You reach over and.
But
right
there's
off.
like a subtle like caress and then like a with a medical expertise.
tunnel of love.
Yeah, I'm loving this theme. And then I abandon you as I 5.
If you love something, let them go.
I'll get over there.
So are you swimming through the water?
Sorry, am I not on the edge thing here? Are we?
You have to climb. You do an acrobatics check.
Yeah, you have to
on.
climb on.
That's how I
thought
fell the first
I thought you
time.
grabbed me.
No, I disregarded that.
Because you rolled a 1, so it's
Yeah.
not. You really don't want to be grabbed.
Oh, okay.
yeah, you would have
Yeah.
been in
So
the
never
soup
mind. I
as
am
well.
on the boat. Oh, okay, I misunderstood. Then I will get out of the boat.
Okay, sure. Make an acrobatics or athletics check, your choice.
6.
You reach over to pull the leech off and just fall off the boat. Splash into the water. Wet Yasoki emerging. You reach up, still soaking wet. You yank the leech off. As you do, you see you have 2 on your own arm. But you pull it off.
I put the third leech on it, so it's like ding, ding, ding.
Sure, no problem.
So they're
Tribal
all-
leech tattoos.
If the camera doesn't get us in this Kodak moment right now, I don't know what it would.
You don't know.
Yeah. And then can I use the rest of my movement to continue to swim upstream, unbothered by the, like?
Yeah, so you're moving half speed if you're
Right.
swimming upstream. So
I think I can get free.
Gibbs just doggy paddles by you in the
It's just like I just get to the other side of you because I can't actually go
You're
that
like
far.
furiously paddling too, and for your little limbs through this this current, it's tough.
This is great. I haven't had a bath like since the last time I had a bath.
No.
Anything else, Gibbs?
Nope, 35 feet, even if not including the Pythagorean theorem.
Okay, yeah, the Pythagorean theorem.
The
Interesting.
hypotenuse.
The hypotenuse of the spellcasting doesn't work.
Vess, what would you like to do? And then the bad guy's gonna go.
The baddie.
You just watch Shade like burst through the side of the wall and then drop down out of sight.
So how much can I see? Like, what's this right
Just straight ahead, you're seeing what looks like a whole bunch of vines that have been snapped off the top and now
Yeah.
hang down with these exaggerated thorns that hang off of them.
Brambles.
And you
Okay.
do see there is like little elements of blood in some of them as Shade just passed through.
here? But like, can I see down to here from where I am right now?
You can't see down, you just see like the side, and then you see like a little
I
bit
see
of
there's the
darkness, so
side,
you would
okay.
assume that there's something below.
Okay. And this is the bounty hunter, the Sheeran, right?
Yeah,
Fine.
they're sharing a boat right now in the
Okay.
Tunnel of Love.
I am going to just use my movement 30 feet here, and I guess can then I like use my full action to drop down into this level?
Yeah, sure, no
Okay.
problem.
I'll just do that.
So
think
you
that's my whole
look
turn.
over. What I do need you to do is make a reflex save, as you are kind of wandering into this field of like torn rose vines
Okay.
and kind of jacket spikes.
And running full speed too. This
Yeah.
is a dash. Okay. Yeah. All right.
As the dash.
The dash. What is that?
It's
Zash.
a run. I
The
give
dash
you
was the
4.
name of the lady.
Zash, I keep
Oh,
getting it
Zash.
wrong.
I thought you wanted to dash
Okay.
after.
It's a
No,
real
the
bad
dash
joke.
is, I feel like,
Is it
a critical role.
Oh, that is what it is.
God, yeah.
Like,
Alright.
Not a sponsor.
Reflex
Should be a
is
sponsor.
11.
11? Okay. So as you go through, unfortunately, you do take some damage from these thorns, but without any trouble, you drop down below.
Sponsor us, Matt Mercer.
You take 5 points of piercing damage as you go down. But all of a sudden, next to you in this boat, or not in this boat, but on the walkway to the side,
Slowly walking alongside us because it's like a dinky little.
it's going slow as this thing.
Slower
So
than
in this, so in this moment, there's this crawdad, and it's like it's singing about like how you're both right here. You should like draw your lover close, and suddenly onto the walkway, kind of like their knees buckling. You see Vess like catch their balance, and Vess, you look over, you can see this bounty hunter and Shade like staring at each other across this goofy-looking carp paddle boat that's slowly making its way down a bayou where there is a musical happening. But that is what you see.
It's quiet.
That is the end of your turn, and that brings us to this.
Am I about to get into
Yeah, guy.
hand-to-hand combat
The
against
bounty.
a four-armed fucker?
So you try to grab him. These two arms dart out and grab yours, Shade. I'll bring my stat block up here. I lost it. Okay. You see the top hand remove what looks like a blade made out of bone or some other kind of organic matter. A second hand, the other one uncrosses, and you can see what looks like a red plate around the knuckles. The two bottom hands release yours, kind of pushing you back a foot. And you see it produces two different weapons. One seems to be maybe an energy weapon. The other certainly. You see it crackling with a little bit of lightning. And they are going to go ahead and make two tactical attacks against you. First, this is the what's called it's a bone blade. That is going to be a 21 against your KAC.
That's a hit.
Nice. You are going to be taking 13 points. 12 points of slashing damage. And then this time, you see the other hand at that moment go, and the red plate suddenly shimmers, and you see a huge plasma spike appear. And as he plunges it towards your chest, there's this, and it seems to crackle out, and he just punches you, and no real damage. You seem surprised as it falters. That's a critical fail.
Oh, good.
However,
need
he's
that.
going to look at you and just annoying. You see one of the one with this failure of a weapon touches something on his chest. These jump jets activate, and he is going to jump up to the top.
Reaction
Yes.
opportunity.
Yep.
To this side? Or to this
So,
side?
no. To the top level. And so as you are now down, he and pulls away and lands on the top level of the structure. You see the two weapons pointing towards you, probably for next
We're
round.
taking those jumps.
So, if you want to make an attack of opportunity, you certainly can.
Yeah, I think I should, right? But actually, I don't have my weapon drawn, so
true.
do I just punch?
If you want to.
Unarmed, try to punch?
Yeah,
I can't
yeah.
unarmed try to grapple, right?
You, as a reaction, unless you have a certain feat, you cannot
Right.
grapple.
Yeah, okay. Try to punch him. That is all up in that space. That's gonna be a miss.
Okay. So, unfortunately, as you try to grab him back down, these jump jets, a little unexpected, pulls him out of your range. He just lands. You see the two weapons pointed towards you, but that is his turn.
Okay.
Spice, you are running with this bounty hunter.
So I go, what's your name, partner?
Okay, make a diplomacy check. He's still trying to figure you out. You're
That's
a
fine.
kind of a puzzle for this gentleman.
Ooh. That was 9.
Okay, let me find a name for you. It's not hard to get a name.
Oh,
Sorry
fuck.
about that. You're right.
Yeah, I keep hitting my jaw. My fake jaw.
It's all good.
Almost out of breath, you can hear him just go, "It's Diego. Who are you?"
I'm Spice from Mosaic Team 5. Have you heard of
I
us?
guess. He's kind of stops for a second. Where is this person? I don't see him anymore.
Oh, she like looks up. Me neither. Let's keep looking around.
He stops. You take a couple steps. Make a diplomacy check.
Or
a bluff check, a bluff,
Bluff.
bluff,
Yeah, I prefer bluff because that one I
what you're
have
getting.
an envoy.
Envoy
ability
be
for.
good.
Well, let's see what we roll on this. This could be a 30 if I get it right. 28.
28.
Yes.
Suddenly he just goes, sorry, and he starts just catching up with you. He runs alongside you for the rest of your turn if you choose. You guys make it to the merry-go wheel.
Okay.
You see, there's a fairly long line, but people have started like pulling away and are heading towards the Tunnel of Love. Definitely this commotion like drawing people over. But he's still with you. You doing anything else?
Commotion. No commotion.
I'm just going to stand with him and wait in line, but kind of like turn over to see if they've gotten him at the Tunnel of Love yet.
Okay.
Gotten the bounty yet.
You turn over, you see none of your compatriots.
That's fine. She's like, all right, let's get in line. Let's see if we can find him up there.
Okay. You can see he's nodding. His like foot's like tapping and tapping. He's very anxious. And then the line like moves forward just like
Who do you
one
work for,
person.
Diego?
I'm a freelancer. Oh, how do you run in those heels?
Oh, I've been doing it for years, babe.
Damn. And he turns. You guys, one more step forward. This line very slow.
I like nervously text people on the comm, like, did you get it yet? I'm distracting this dumbass.
So in the midst of all this, with like two of the Mosaic Team 5 members jumping through this trellis and landing on the bottom, a rocket back happening, taking off, the two of you like pretty much failing out of a boat and then slowly making your way through leeches. In all of that, your comms go off and you have a text. So just keep that in mind for combat, I guess. That is your turn, Spice?
Time out.
Shade, it is your turn. You receive a text. What do you want to do?
Oh, is it? It's actually my turn. Okay. Cool. Move action. I'm gonna pull out the gravity gun. I'm gonna shoot at him.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to pull him back down.
Oh, nice. Okay, yeah, make your attack roll.
Cool.
Yeah, I like this
Maybe it pulls
gravity
him through
gun.
the thorns too.
Ooh, that's good. That's.
So a gravity gun is something you like alter gravity in your favor.
It fires or pulls gravity
Yeah.
away or towards you.
I can push a
That's
pull.
cool.
It is a very cool
Yeah.
weapon. Yeah.
Fun.
It's really cool because it's not that high level. It doesn't do a lot, but it's
It's perfect for the situation.
perfect for a lot of situations.
How does a dirty 20 sound
A dirty 20 against what?
against him?
KAC.
Oh, I don't know. It's the
think
gravity gun.
it's-
So
It's EAC. So as he's rocketing up,
It doesn't say.
you
Yeah, it
pull.
doesn't
I'll look
say.
later. I assume it's EAC. As you pull this gun up, the long cylinders around the barrel glow, and there is the. You see, right as he's about to get to the top, he suddenly pulled back.
Nice.
It's 10 feet.
yeah, he gets pulled.
So he just gets
feet
pulled straight
towards
back
me.
down into the boat. The boat
Welcome
rocks
back,
a little
motherfucker.
bit. He turns, he's still pointing the guns at you with two hands. The other two tactical weapons come up. There's this like General Grievous moment.
Did the boats move at all?
The boat will be moving, right at the end. You guys all technically moved them a little faster than they should have, so we're catching up for this
Okay,
round.
yep.
But they'll be moving after the bad guys' initiative order is boat movement.
Okay.
If it matters, technically it's the top of the round, so right before Spice goes.
Oh. I think that's it.
Okay, no problem. Shade, you see this guy directly in front of you yet again. Weapons brandished. That plasma spike reactivated. That is your turn. That brings us to the bounty hunter. Next to you, Spice, you can see you take another step forward. His foot is just vibrating on the ground. He goes, so you here with anybody? You got a company or?
Oh yeah. Have you ever heard of Mosaic Team 5? We were on TJ's Bounty Hunter show
I
the
know
other
about
day.
Mosaic. You were on TJ's?
Oh yeah. Didn't you see me in my beautiful red dress?
You can see he kind of shakes his head and said, no, I haven't seen this week's. What are you ranked?
We're ranked pretty good. Let me tell you. If you should partner up with us. We're great.
Make a bluff check.
Okay. Okay, well. Ooh, natural 17 plus 2 plus 8, so 17 to 8. here. I can do it.
19, 27.
Okay.
So you're after Namath also?
Namaf?
I'm after.
not
Say
there.
that name again. I didn't quite hear you after over the crowd.
It's Namath Dildef Mensul Densis Heldo of Clan Multu. The assassin.
Yes, but we haven't been on that one for a while. Tell me a little bit more about Namav.
How do you not know about them? They cut through about 41 people on a cruise liner, which is weird. They're a bounty hunter like us. They're rated pretty high. I mean,
yes.
not as high as me or anything.
What's your ranking then, Diego?
Every now and then you can see he just like kind of like snaps out of the conversation and starts looking around again. 3410 if that matters. What about you?
I tell him honestly.
You tell him honestly?
Yeah.
Oh god, I don't. Hang on, let me pull up my rankings.
We're like 5,000.
I think you guys
Thought
are
we were
much lower than that.
like the second to last, and then we moved up like one after the last bounty or something.
We moved up a little.
We moved up a little. We moved up
Yeah.
like 30, I
Gotta
thought.
find my reliability index meter. This is true peak D&D bounty hunter reliability.
What is
index,
our grade?
Yeah, there's grades to this. Mosaic Team 1 is 0056.
Who's higher than them?
You guys are 5130.
I go. I'm not gonna lie to you, Diego. We're 5130.
Huh. I never heard of you guys, but if you're after this guy, and I mean, we can find him. You got yourself a deal. I'll team up for a little bit.
You'll help us. Why, thank you.
Well, yeah, have you seen him? And he's like on his tippy toes now, like looking over.
Oh yeah, he's back in the tunnel of
The
love.
crowd
Let's go
music.
back there.
What? What are you?
Oh, I can read his thoughts on Lashunta, don't you know? And she slaps him on the back.
Make a final bluff check for your turn.
Oh my god.
You got this?
Probably.
Okay. 5, 2, 8. 15.
15? Just barely.
Okay.
But you can see in this moment he goes, I guess that makes sense. All right. And he looks, again, really confused. But at this point, he's already agreed to be partners. And so he's trying to put the pieces
Gears in his
together.
brain are just like,
Come on, run faster! No time to think.
There's a snail leaving like the maintenance hatch, and it has like a little oil can slowly making its way over. But yeah, so no problem. You guys do that. That is the bounty hunter's turn. That brings us to Bubs.
Okay.
What would you like to do?
I'm going to try the same thing again
Okay, go for it. Make an
to get on
athletics check.
here.
get out of the water.
Come on.
Be
good roll.
useful.
Oh, an 8 plus 3.
8. You kind of wade through the water. And every now and then, there are like items washed into the drain. You like stumble and trip. It's hard, and you are kind of stuck in this channel.
Ooh, useful item? No, I'm kidding.
No, like a wet band-aid and stuff.
Skeletons.
I'm gonna try again, I guess.
Go for it. Okay.
Ah, 20, my first 20 of this game. Yes, I've never got a 20 in this game.
You just
So, Bubs,
burst the fuck out.
do you tell yourself anything before you do this?
I probably think to myself, think of 3 things that you're good at.
Not getting out of water.
1, you really, really love your team a lot. 2, you're not a great swimmer. But 3, you hate sewer water.
None of those things
And
are
with
things
that,
you're good at.
you imagine the sewer water. You look back, you see Gibbs, who's like holding their arm with the 3 leeches now on it, and that fills you with this revulsion that borders on like an adrenaline bump.
Physically
You
repulsed.
leap, grab it onto the edge, and haul yourself over. If you want, with that natural 20, you can still take your full movement. No problem.
Yeah,
Help me, you bitch!
yeah. I imagine I kind of
So
grab.
romantic.
Lover
Do a little
spat.
a lover kind of grab around Gibbs and lift Gibbs up.
No problem. You lift the soaking yet you
I'll take you
soaky.
to
Grab
the
her
moon,
ways
baby.
and go.
You guys now make it onto the walkway. No problem.
And
I'll
I'm,
be your forever
I have
girl.
my movement skill.
Yep.
I'm going to try to make it over to here, and can I jump?
You can take your full movement speed. At this point, you can't jump.
Yeah, I
However,
figured it.
if you would like to just fall and take damage, you certainly can.
10 feet, I could do that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no problem. So you run and just step off, no problem. Like you kind of miscalculate it in your mind. You're like, this is a little farther than I thought. Go ahead and make a reflex save.
I'm just picturing him like still running
The
as
crowd
he's
is over.
falling, and it's just like
It's not a big fall.
Ooh,
it
a 1
is
plus 4.
enough.
Ooh, it is when you fall flat in your face.
I just rolled a 20 and then a 1. Wow.
You take 1, but it's like a really big 1 point of damage. It's the biggest 1 point of damage you've ever taken.
You
as
land on like
hit
a
hard.
rusty nail or something.
Make a reflex save, Shade.
You gonna knock me off the... Is it a reflex save to not go prone, blah, blah, blah?
Technically, yes, actually, because
Okay.
you would theoretically be prone if there wasn't
So I
water
have
there.
a +2.
I think
Oh,
he's
but
gonna
that's
fail
easy
it.
peasy.
He fails.
I got like a 20 bajillion something, I don't know.
So you, like, in this showdown, use the gravity gun to yank this guy back. The boat already rocks as he lands, and then suddenly you just hear, and Bubs slams face first into the flat part of the boat. The whole boat rocks, and you see this really imposing bounty hunter and fall off the edge. There's a splash as he falls into the water.
Oh my god.
If you could move him just off and into the water, that'd be great.
Like right here.
Yeah. He's technically, you guys are under that like little overpass.
Yeah,
but he's,
so we're like
yeah,
here-ish.
he's in the
like
dark
there.
water. Fantastic. Bubs, anything else?
I just turn the shade up. Hey, I think he went in there. And that's it.
No problem. Gibbs, what would you like to do? Vess, you're on deck.
With steady feet on my ground and seeing my dearest friend run away, I'm going to...
Just friends?
Just friends.
Just friends. You just went through a tunnel of love together.
Gotta take your...
I'm going to stay on the top of it.
Okay.
Things.
And I uncork my jar and I sort of look in, and I've only got a little splish left.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna dump it out and onto the bounty hunter that's drowning or whatever he's
Okay,
doing.
sure.
And I'm going to cast with my last spell slot the spell Fear.
Okay.
And I need him to make a will saving throw, please.
Will
The fear of a
saving
tunnel of
throw.
love.
Yes.
Romance is scary. Love is too much pressure.
And
That is a 19.
he definitely passes,
I
but
need
he
to
is
work on
instead
myself
shaken.
first.
Okay, no problem.
Shaken by my presence, I guess.
So in
it's
this
of
moment,
me.
after he splashes off, his head bursts through. You see like the red lights from beneath the dark water first, and then he splashes through these augmented eyes looking. They glare at you, Bubs. You're like flat on the deck of the ship. You look to your right, and you just see from the water these red eyes on top of this kind of almost cone-shaped teal head appear. They look angry, and then all of a sudden, this trash juice goes all over his head. It runs down. You see one of the eyes shut against it. It like just gloops over, and you see it begin to become viscous, and something wiggles in it. He is shaken, certainly.
Cool. So he gets, just so you know, a -2 penalty to ability checks, attack rolls, saving throws, and skill checks.
Just shaken.
I love
Shaking.
shaking.
Yeah, okay.
Shaking's a
That's so good.
And then I sort of like duck out of the way of the like view,
Okay, so-
staying on that top bridge.
And he just gotta
Yes.
hide, no problem. Holding on to your bottle now. It's just like a tiny little drop on the bottom. But that is your turn, Gibbs. Well done. Vess, what would you like to do?
All right, so I'm gonna use my it's a it's not a spark. It is a theorem to shoot 2 different basic inhibitors
Okay.
at Memoth. We have his name. I don't know his name yet.
Zahesh, but yeah, sure. The back.
No, that's not Zahesh though,
It's
right?
the-
Oh, sorry.
This is
Guy.
not Zahesh.
This is Namath Gildef Mansul Denesis Heldo of Clan Multu.
Yeah.
The four-armed
Oh,
assassin.
clan.
Oh, yes.
Multu, M-U-L-T-U.
Then the hatch
so-
is just to listen to
Just a
the
human.
faker.
He's just a
Oh,
guy.
Just a
lame-o.
random,
Damn it.
just a random carnival goer or carnival worker.
Carney worker, yeah.
So what's
Performer.
up, Carson?
5 rounds.
Okay.
And it's a -2 penalty to AC.
Damn.
And 5 penalty of 5 to the target's damage resistance.
So do you have to roll to hit?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so
And
go ahead and
is
do
something
that. That's nasty.
That is crazy.
Yes. Basic inhibitor.
So as you see all this, Vess, you move down to this gauntlet of yours and press a few buttons, and one of these almost like alchemical vials fills up with a brand new color. Sort of a quick mix of different things.
Yeah.
Real Tunnel of Love sound effects.
Which?
The Tunnel of Love sound effects.
I know, yeah, right? Oh, wait, you know what? I did forget. I do have... Where's my Tunnel of Love?
Oh, you have cute like.
La 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 la. Step
No,
out.
It kind of like
I
doesn't
do
say
have some just
there's a
little-
roll, but I mean, like,
So what is this called?
it's the basic inhibitor.
Okay. So for basic inhibitor, this is the biohacker thing?
Yeah.
When you walked by the horns showed.
Yeah, yeah. That's so cool.
When you walked by the horns showed.
Oh,
like,
yes. I am Maleficent.
Okay, so basic inhibitor. Basic inhibitor. So this, yeah, this is just a attack with whatever injection weapon
Stop
you're
wasting
using.
it.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, okay, yes. So, yes, right. It's basically like a poison that you add on to the.
Yeah.
Okay.
So go ahead and make the attack.
Yes. With the needler. Let's see the. Should have printed out a level 3. Okay, so it's +2. Oh, okay. It's 11.
That is going to be a miss, unfortunately. So from the side, you quickly mix this cocktail in a swift motion, and as you fire, it goes wide, hits the side of the wall. There's like a quick spark in the dark, and it skips off into the water. Anything else, Vess?
No, that's my turn.
Alrighty. So it's Nemov's turn, who is in the water. They're going to use their jump jets just to get onto the boat. They don't want to provoke all these opportunity attacks. So from the water bubbles and steams as he and lands. The boat shaking just a little bit. Shade, you are still the best target. So you're going to take 2 more attacks. This sopping wet bone blade comes flicking out at you. That is going to be a 23 to hit.
Even with his shaking and stuff?
Oh, sorry, I was shaken. 21 to hit.
Even with his shaking and
Shaken's
stuff?
only a -2, my friend. You gotta be better, scrub.
This guy's really good at physical fighting.
Yeah, he's really good at punching me
What
with
are
his
you doing?
bone dagger. Taking damage,
There
I
you go.
guess.
All right,
what do
so
you mean?
that
I'm,
is
You'd have
I'm
the
getting gutted.
healer next to you.
10 points
Yeah.
of slashing damage.
Still
Damn.
healing.
And then he swings again with what is like a brass knuckle of plasma. That is going to be 22 to hit. Sorry, 20 to hit.
Oh, yeah, that one didn't hit.
Okay, so 1d4. I can't see d4 in the dark. That's the hardest thing. 2. That you're going to take 8 points of energy and fire damage.
Damn.
This, as it hits you, is a spike of pure plasma. And as it hits, you feel both the internal injury and the immediate cauterization happen at once. You smell your own flesh burn.
I'm not looking great.
But that is his turn. That brings us to top of the round. The boats move 10 feet
They
forward.
sort of moved in the
We
middle of the
moved
turn.
them.
That's okay.
So, this boat can go there.
Yep. And if each boot can just move, if each boat can
each
just
boot-
move about 5 to 10 feet forward.
I'm just gonna move
That
this one here,
out into the,
saying that
grass.
that one's like.
Yeah.
There you go. No problem. So, you guys, the boats move. Spice, you and this bounty hunter have another turn left to run back to this tunnel of love. You can see it about 60 feet away.
Okay.
And you can see that yellow boat that Gibbs and Bubs had gone on just through the flaps and skids out onto the grass again.
Okay, I want to do a sense motive check on Diego just to make sure he's not lying to
Yeah,
me.
make a sense motive check.
Another one of my envoy expertise. I like
Yes.
to flex. That's 17. 1. Hold up, it's gonna be high.
Yeah.
Haven't had it do.
Yeah. So 18 plus
Man, envoys are math.
23.
23. So you look over
Only
at him
these.
for
I
a
have
second.
3 die for this, or 2 die plus my skill level for this one, so it's hard.
He's sweating. You can see he's wearing pretty powerful armor underneath this poncho and other kind of stuff. The poncho itself is cloth edges, green cloth edges, but metal plates sewn into it. So certainly well armored, well armed, a little out of shape. He looks a little confused, quite frankly. But aside from that, you don't notice any kind of like. He doesn't look like he's ready to stab you in the back or anything. He's
Okay.
a confused, slightly past his prime bounty hunter.
Okay. I'm gonna, if we're within 60 feet, I'm just gonna touch everybody's mind and go, we've got Diego the bounty hunter on our side, guys. Where do you want us?
Unfortunately, with where you are, still 60 feet away from the actual entrance,
Oh,
you are
can't
out of
reach
the
them
range.
yet?
Yeah.
Okay.
But at the end of your turn, you certainly can.
Okay. That's
You're a little woo.
So I'm gonna say, so are we 60 feet from the entrance to the thing or
Yes.
the exit?
Exit, technically, because you're right by
Okay,
the exit.
so me and Diego are going for the exit.
Sure. At the end of your turn, you get right up to the edge of the exit.
Can you pass me spices?
Yes.
And is there a Diego mini? Just
Yes.
because I know there is. I shouldn't have asked.
Is that Diego right
Oh
there?
yeah, that might be.
Yeah, that's Diego. Sorry. He has his little armor poncho and everything. So Diego follows you into the tunnel of love, really out of breath, but you guys start running up the side. You see in front of you this kind of curtain, and above you there's a camera pointed as to capture people coming out. But you guys run the opposite direction and towards this enchanted forest. But that is your guys' turn. That brings us to Shade, and then Diego's on deck.
So, here's a question.
Yeah.
If I use a full action to make an attack, can I use the gravity gun to pull him towards me and then punch him and do like a cool
Do you have 2
pull
attacks?
punch? As a full action.
Full action, you do.
Yeah, then you absolutely can. That's 2 attacks.
Okay.
Yeah, that's great.
Cool, yeah, I'm gonna do that because
That's
that's
where's my
that sounds cool, even
Yeah.
though the full action makes it shitty and I'll probably miss.
No, but it's still great.
But yeah,
love
I
that.
feel
It's
like
such a
that's
cool idea.
Yeah, right. Like pull him towards me.
So
Get
first,
the
make
extra
your attack with the gravity gun.
extra punch power. All right. Can I still use a move action when I do a full
Full action is your whole action. It's full
Yeah.
action.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Well, I wasn't sure because it's like, is it just the?
Once per week, you do something like that. We're like, this is a successful assassination attempt. So an assassination attempt. Assassination.
That's cocked. That's also cocked. And that's not a great.
1 health.
That's 9.
You shoot, and you see the gravity. Nothing.
Okay. I guess I continue. Now I'm just gonna try to punch him.
Okay, there you
Or
go.
actually, no. You know what? I'm still gonna try to pull him towards me
Okay.
because like I missed.
Into a heated embrace
Yeah.
with
Okay.
tongue.
We'll see.
We'll read the room.
That's 14.
A 14. That is going to miss. You wind up and punch. The metal hits more metal and just stops. Though they are wearing what looks like almost like a bodysuit, it is certainly
Shaken?
well.
-2 until for the whole round
What was
until
your
my
roll?
turn.
14.
No.
Oh.
Closer though. Withstands that blow, no problem. Anything else?
That's my full attack.
Okay. Neither of your attacks work, unfortunately. You stand there, and he is now just a little bit angrier, it looks like. That is your turn, Shade. That brings us to Diego. Diego ran with you for most of the round, so that's his movement and everything. You can see, just for his quick action, he reaches up to the bottom, the brim of the cowboy hat, and presses something, and this little flashlight beams forwards about 30 feet.
How convenient.
There you go. Bubs, what would you like to do? Gibbs, you're on deck.
I'm gonna think in my head as I'm listing off things that I'm good at and that I like about myself. I'm gonna think I'm really good at doing an uppercut,
Okay.
and I'm gonna full attack. Here's my first one. That's a 17 plus 4.
That hits, yeah.
All right. My damage is D4. Ooh, that's a 4 plus 8.
4 plus 8, nice. Okay,
Yeah.
12 points of damage, not bad. So as you watch this exchange between Shade and them, Shade fires the gravity gun. One of the Kasatha's hands like knocks the aside. You see the gravity go wide. Goes to try to punch him. The Kasatha ducks underneath. There's this like really unfortunate exchange happening.
I'm gonna make a mental note of how like Shade kind of physically fights hand to hand.
Sure. And as the Kasatha turns away from Shade, you reach up and uppercut him. You feel like the snap as the teeth clatter together underneath this mask. That hurts.
Nice
Yeah.
punch.
And for my second full attack, here we go. That is a 4. That's a miss.
It's a big mess. So you swing again. This time he goes back. You hear him suck in a breath. That hurt. Anything else?
That's it.
Gibbs, what would you like to do? Vess, you're on deck.
So Gibbs did not move when the boat moved because she was on the pathway over there.
Correct.
So I'm actually a little farther from combat, but I would like to run across that boat that's conveniently right there.
Sure, yeah.
Get to the other
As
side.
it goes, you just run over, like stepping on one eye and then the other, and then you
Nice.
kind of hop
Yes.
over.
And then I'm going to kind of dive over the edge and like Sistine Chapel, like God giving Adam the gift of love, and just reach out and try to touch Shade with my little paw. Touch me back, touch me back. Ding! And I heal you.
If there's the Kodak moment of the Tunnel of Love, that's got to be it.
Unfortunately, it's, well, we'll see.
5 plus 8 hit points to you.
Make a
Okay.
reflex save, Gibbs.
Nice.
Sure.
As you are now belly flopping. Onto the
Natural 20!
That's
So I would like
funny.
to not belly flop, and I would like to sort of like Spider-Man hang on the side of the bridge
Okay.
above the bullshit there.
So this time you run and doing these like really quick Gibbs calculations, you dive your tail around the edge and you like Mission Impossible down and just barely touch Shade.
And I'll marry Jane. Just
All of the dirt just from your hand to Shade, and you pull yourself back up.
And a little leech goes
Ew.
and attaches to you.
There
it's
you
gonna
go. So
have
you
a hard time finding purchase.
Well, it tries real hard. And I have
can
one less
remove
leech.
one leech from your inventory. That is your turn, Gibbs. Very well done. Vess, what would you like to do?
Take another shot with the needler.
Okay.
And this time it's just going to be the -2 AC. I can only do the combo once a day.
You were also back here because you were
I
on the
missed.
pathway, not on the boat.
no,
Unfortunate.
5.
Yeah, that's a big miss.
He's on the boat.
So you turn again. As you go to shoot, you see Gibbs just drop down right in front of you. You have to like pull the gun back.
Yes.
Anything else, Vess?
Just use my movement to keep pace.
Okay, so you're just running alongside, like shooting these needles out. That brings us to this bounty hunter's turn. Okay, so you guys are all still on the ship.
well, me and him. Are you on the ship?
I'm
Yeah.
on the ship.
Me, him, and Bubs are on the ship.
I am not. So
Gibbs
I'll
is like on the walkway, and Vess is on.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
technically
This is on the
above you,
walkway.
but
So
Yeah.
he's gonna kick the deck. The jet's on. He's gonna try to jump up to the second tier. You do get attacks
Reactions.
of opportunity. The
Nice.
two of
Punch
you.
the shit out of him. Non-lethal damage.
Okay.
That is amazing
Is that
how
on
that
top of
landed.
another
Yeah.
I was
That
gonna
was
say that's
very
amazing how it
cool.
landed, but not amazing how it rolled.
Damn.
It's a miss.
it's definitely cocked. No, I'm kidding. It's definitely not. But
It's like as not cocked as it could be on top of the
plus-
other die.
It's not a full attack, so I get +8
Okay.
instead of the -4 for a full attack. So that's 9 plus 8, so it's a 17.
Nice.
Miss, unfortunately.
Even with
You
shaken?
reach up.
Shaken
With
only.
shaken,
It doesn't do that, and also it ends on my turn.
Oh.
Speaking of which.
I thought it does. It's -2 to AC on. I think.
Yeah, I thought it was
Ability
-2 to
checks,
AC.
attack rolls, saving throws, and skill checks.
Okay.
Oh no, it's
His
Vess's-
thing. That's his
yeah,
thing.
it's
Either
Vess's
way,
thing.
though,
Yeah.
it would have just hit actually with the -2, but it is
Darn it.
that is a miss. So you reach out, you kind of hit the edge of the foot, and you feel the heat from the jet. You have to pull away. It lands next to you, Gibbs. Gibbs, you're going to take. Are you baring your teeth at it?
Yeah, why not? I'm a little rat in a
Intimidation.
sewer. I feel confident here. Why not?
Cool. So then he's going to take a full attack against you.
No, he
I'm
can't
good,
because
I'm
he
good.
just jumped.
That's part of his movement with jump jets.
But I thought I couldn't move when I did a full attack.
I don't know what you. Oh,
I was trying to take a move
give me 1
action.
second. Actually, that's a good point. Let me look at full attack.
Because like I can't heal everyone and move.
No, you
'cause
can't.
it's a
You
full
can't do an
action.
attack. If you're doing a full attack, you can't move. I'm pretty
Okay,
sure.
so then he's just going to take his regular attack. Then.
Yay.
No problem. Good point.
Thanks for protecting me.
Oh, you sure that you don't die? 'Cause
So
if you
Gibbs.
die, then I
Yes.
probably die.
This Nova Lance whips around, and that is going to be a 31 to hit.
Oh, certainly
Jeez.
does.
Okay.
I'm still reaching out, giving the gift of life to Adam here, being God, obviously.
Shade.
Adam
Oh,
Price.
yeah, Adam.
You're going to
Price.
take 10
making
points of energy and
non-romantic.
fire damage as you get hit right in the side from
We
this
need to go back to the romance.
plasma
Bring it back.
spike. That is their turn, however. You now kind of standing up there alone next to them. That brings us to the top of the round. The boats move 10 feet forward.
So he's up.
Yep.
We move
Timmy
here.
Gibbs up.
That's there. That's there. This is this way.
That was going the wrong way, Matt.
Is it?
Yep. Oh, no, you're right. You're right.
Wait, no, because
You're right. It's hard because it crosses
Yeah.
over and the glare on the paper.
Oh,
I
you're
can't
right.
really see that well.
Yeah.
So there you go.
I'm here, he's there. Your guys are all there. Shade
Spice.
This is there.
From the exit, it is your turn. What do you want to do?
This is going
You
this
hear
way.
the sounds of like
you're
little
right.
injector rifles firing and a bunch of other shouts. What do you want to do?
They're in tunnels.
Yes.
And they're so far away from me.
Tunnel of love.
So I'm going to take Diego gently by the hand, and we're gonna start walking
Make
up this
out.
way. No.
Tunnel of
Maybe
love.
actually, this is Spice is not feeling the moment yet. And I assume we're just gonna go 30 feet in this way.
Okay, sure, no problem. You walk 30 feet down, getting closer and closer to this enchanted forest. Anything else, Spice?
I'm not close enough to do anything.
Fair enough.
So I'm just holding his hand as we walk on the little thing behind, and she like looks back every once in a while and keeps walking.
Okay, he's holding this pistol, still like looking around.
Oh
He's-
wait. Well, I guess yeah. I'm gonna draw this weapon. That's what I'm gonna do.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Hand cannon?
Yeah, I'm gonna. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's the hand cannon.
Okay. You pull out the hand cannon. The two of you holding hands progress down the tunnel of love. That is your turn. Shade, what would you like to do? And then Diego's on deck, but he's just walking with you.
I'm gonna use my move action to activate my combat tracker on him.
Nice.
Finally.
In this dimly lit space, suddenly he's illuminated by an outline.
And I'm going to try to pull him back down again.
Okay, make an attack with your gravity gun.
Oh, that's gonna be a miss.
Okay. You fire, and again, goes wide.
And I'm gonna. I think since he's up there and I'm down here,
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna try to hop off. It's like a 10-foot.
10.
10
Yeah,
foot
so
leap.
you would be making an acrobatics or athletics check, and for there, it's because there's that wooden grass that's standing over that you have to jump over.
Oh,
it's
like this
fake,
stuff here?
tall bog grass, yeah.
Okay, I want to try to like grab and hoist myself up. I
Yeah,
think.
make an athletics check.
Come on.
30-20.
30,
Yay!
20, no problem. You grab on, and where it looks like grass, it should be all soft. When your hands find purchase, it's just above
just
where the
Luan.
grass is, just
It's
painted.
just Luan.
You just haul yourself up to the top, no problem.
I do like a cool flip as I get up there. Hello there.
Cool. That is your turn, Shade?
That is my turn.
All right. Diego, for his turn, walks with you, Spice. His hand feels a little sweaty. He's still like, he's starting to catch his breath. But that is his turn. Bubs, what would you like to do?
Flanking was a
Gibbs,
thing.
you're on deck.
I would most likely probably try to do the same thing that Shade did. Try to get myself up there.
Yeah, go ahead and make an athletics check.
Come on, red dice. Oh,
Nice.
a 19.
Yeah, no problem. You hop over
like
the
this
side
dice.
of the boat.
We can share space because I'm small.
You haul yourself back up to the trellis and land on the side next to Gibbs.
We have this dude surrounded.
So that was my move action, so I can only just do one attack, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. So I am just going to wail on this guy.
Do it.
I wish we had flanking advantages.
Yeah.
15 plus 8.
For KAC?
Yes, or
That
whatever
hits.
I hit.
That
at.
hits. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Nice.
Only the
Punch him in
second
the
hit on
face.
him of the battle.
Nice.
Also, Bubs the second.
And I'm gonna just think to myself, fifth thing I like about myself is I really like to do double-hammered hammer fist downward.
Sure.
And another 4 plus
Big
8.
damage, big damage.
So you climb, bodily hoisting yourself up and over the side, and as you do, you land crouching your legs. You leap in the air and bring both hands down hard on this guy's back. Gibbs, he just hit you, and as he pulls back, he stumbles forward. You see Bubs like slam into him from behind. Anything else, Bubs?
That's it.
Alrighty, that is your turn. Gibbs, having seen all that, what would you like to do? Bess, you're on deck.
As he stumbled forward, I reach out, and for a moment, kind of our eyes lock because he's like closer to my eye level. And I reach out, and I sort of waffle between 2 spells, and it kind of looks just like sludge shifting prismatic colors in a dim light. And I reach out and I cast the spell Mind Link.
Okay.
And you can't save against it, but with 10 minutes of information, I dump into this guy just my hate of Rentropy and my pride of what he did and how important it is that he doesn't die here, knowing that he might feel the same for my cause. And it's the emotion of my family, and I show him like the snapshots of my life growing up in those 10 minutes, and then all
Every
of the
single
feelings of the world like crumbling down around me, coming home to something that I don't recognize, that's been
Okay.
torn apart by Rentropy and all of their bullshit.
Okay.
And I dump this information into him and just like look at him like, I don't want to fight you, man. Like, I'm trying to help my friends, and like, I'm here, but like, you're worth a lot, and that means a lot of guns for my family, and that's all I've got.
I love that.
Okay.
It's so great.
You reach out with this final sort of magical touch, and as you do, you transmit a load of information into this individual. You see these red eyes, mechanical as they are, kind of widen. We'll get back to that. Anything else, Gibbs?
No, I spend my turn just standing there, like, not armed or anything, just sort of relaxing and having faith in the universe.
Okay, fantastic. That brings us to you, Vess. What would you like to do? And then we'll find out what happens.
Alright, 3rd time's the charm. Loading another -2 AC bullet into the needler.
There you go.
Nice.
Oh yeah. I also remembered I do have weapons focus, so it's
Okay.
+3 and not
Perfect.
+2. So it is a 17.
A 17 against KAC, correct?
Yes, kinetic.
That is a miss, unfortunately.
Oh.
Dang it. This guy's got some high.
You can see it hits
Yeah.
this all this kind of body armor and just bounces off.
Right.
Anything else?
Just keep up my little. I guess is this?
So you have movement, you're not on the boat. You can,
I know. I'm basically here.
Yeah,
The
you're just trying to
walkway,
be
but
able to
underneath-
still see. Okay, yeah, no worries. Perfect.
One more square. There we go.
Yeah, that way you can kind of see like the tops of everybody's heads, even like the little fuzzy top of Gibbs's.
Yeah.
my twitchy, like, brassy ears of my earrings.
Yeah.
My ears.
It is this Kasatha's turn. So the eyes flicker down to you, and no longer are they that magic effect or that
Oh, yeah,
effect is
sorry.
off them. They turn and they look confused for just a second, but you do, even in these very strange mechanical eyes, see just a hint of sympathy. And from you, they turn, and Shade, you're going to take full attack. So
Motherfuckers.
Dang it.
first, you're taking a bone blade attack. That is going to be a.
Remember that he has a -4.
That is true. So that is only going to be a 24.
Oh, that doesn't change anything.
Yeah.
It doesn't. It can change something, but when they roll high, no.
Yeah, not when it's a 20.
You are going to be taking 11 points of slashing damage.
Oh, Jesus!
That is from the bone blade. Then the red star Nova Lance comes
What are you
out.
doing over there, Shay?
Not
I
good.
just healed him. He's fine.
20,
What,
it's
you
29 to
just
hit.
took damage?
Yeah, that's gonna hit.
So
Oh my god.
the plasma spear.
I'm coming with my HP healing.
I need SP.
SP, well,
He's
I
everything
don't
right
actually
now.
even know.
You are going to be taking 10 points of energy and fire damage. Then the explorer's hand coil goes off.
What the fuck is the Explorers? What?
That is going to be a 16 versus your EAC.
Are you fisting me?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, are you taking two attacks? Is that a feat?
Three.
Fisting would be KAC.
How? Is that a feat?
It's a full action attack.
It's like a extra thing that happens with the bullets or something. I don't know.
I'm down.
Oh!
It doesn't
down?
matter. I had 1 HP.
Unfortunate, yeah. That's funny because it's a taser basically. You take 4 points of electric damage.
Yeah, but it overloads my circuits.
That's amazing.
I get
So
fried.
you get hit with a bone blade that like it's this brutal weapon. You stand your ground. You get hit by a high-powered, high-tech Red Star Nova Lance, a plasma spike that is emitted from an emitter. You're fine. You stand your ground. He hits you with a taser, and you drop like a sack of bricks. It's a little spark that comes off of like a little ring that he has equipped.
And none of these are spell-like abilities.
None of these are spell
God damn it!
These are all attacks.
I want to get you back.
However, those are his attacks. He turns again, looking at you with this kind of confused look.
We'll stop attacking if you agree to help us. I don't know what I'm saying.
Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's what I say. Like, you're worth a lot to me dead, but you're also worth more to me alive, but also you're worth more to me alive because you hate Rentropy, hopefully? Hopefully?
He looks at you and he says, I don't care about entropy, but Jade does.
Yes.
That is his turn. That brings us to you, Spice. In the edge of the tunnels of love, you make your way, holding Diego's sweaty hand. What are you doing?
Spice, when she was casually walking in, like, didn't realize the urgency of the battle, and, like, now that she's, like, hearing that shit's, like, not doing well, I'm gonna full action just run.
Okay, yeah, no problem. So you run, dragging Diego behind you. He barely keeps up.
I guess we don't need to take all of it, so I want to be like right here.
Okay.
Can we soar? But there, with it, at this point,
They're
I
up
can
there. You
see.
them now,
Yeah, we're up
So
there.
you can see through these trunks of fake oak tree, and as you get close to the trunks, as you pass them, they're just like metal posts. But you get underneath one of the trees, and across this river from you, as one of these fish boats go by, you see Gibbs, Bubs, this Kasatha, and Shade. And then from your perspective, across like a bridge, and then down, you can see underneath an overpass Vess.
Okay. So I want to make sure he's like surrounded.
Okay, sure, no problem. So now you pull over across the river. He is truly surrounded.
It's a good reminder to me to not waste my turn on something else.
For sure.
That is going to be your turn, Spice.
Oh, yeah, I guess, I don't need to do anything else.
Alrighty,
That's
Shade.
my full action.
Make a death saving throw.
Can I use a resolve point to stabilize?
Yes, you can.
I think I'll
I
just
didn't
do
know
that.
Yeah.
So you burn a resolve point, and in this moment through the darkness, you open your eyes, just barely seeing cobwebs around the corners. You see this fight still happening, and then you black out again. But you are stable.
Okay.
Shade, that is your turn. That brings us to Diego, who is still like running with you. He's
in
walking with you
reboot
for a
mode.
second, and he's just like, so if you guys do, and you just take off running. He's like following, breathing heavy, but he keeps up with you. That is his turn. Bubs, what would you like to do? Gibbs, you are on deck.
I'm gonna continue what Gibbs said. Jade, like the Jade Brigade. If your life's really worth all this, why do you are doing this for money? And as I'm doing this, I'm gonna launch a full attack on him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Why are you doing this?
Well, I'm gonna as I'm
Look
gonna
what you
attack,
made me do.
I'm gonna be like, don't make me.
Don't make me do what I'm doing
Yeah.
right now.
So I think
That's a 17.
Okay.
So that's plus 4. So that's probably a hit. Yeah.
If you include your thumb, you could tattoo diplomacy on your fist. But what was it to hit?
17 plus 4 for my full attack.
That was a 21 against KC.
Yep.
That hits.
Okay. Or I can clever paint. Maybe I can make it fun.
2 plus 8.
So 10. Nice.
And then my second roll. Before I do this, I'm gonna see if he's like kind of, taking in consideration. I'm probably gonna do like a
Are you taking a full attack?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely can't do that. There's
Okay.
If you were taking a single attack and then making it, you could make a diplomacy
Yeah, I'll
check.
just answer with my fist. 14 plus
So that's an 18.
4, so 18.
18, that hits.
Nice.
For what it's worth, that would not have hit if he did not have these negatives. So it's
Nice.
stacked up.
3 plus 8.
Okay, nice. 11
This
points
is
of
a
damage.
good dice. This is
He's starting to get pretty roughed up. You're now starting to see there are bruises forming on the elements of skin that you can see. But that is your turn, Bubs.
Yep.
All right, Gibbs. You hear Bubs chime in like, "Yeah, you should really stop." Then he punches him twice. What do you want to do?
I'm gonna swing around him, staying like sort of like squeezing by
Yeah.
him. I think.
You're keeping him in your range so you don't get hit.
But you know, take that same protective stance you guys have all seen before over Shade. I am not going to heal him.
Okay.
And as I'm sort of squeezing by, I'm going to start casting the spell Fatigue.
Okay.
So I make a melee attack, but I use my key ability score modifier instead
Awesome.
of my strength.
Yeah.
It's a nat 1.
No!
Sorry.
Do me a favor. Roll a d4.
Sure.
No.
Don't punch me.
Shit. 3.
A 3. Okay. For what? You miss the guy.
Yeah.
As you go, you reach out to cast Fatigue, and you slip and just kind of land on the ground. You don't touch anybody inadvertently, but your hand about a couple inches away from Shade's face.
Yeah.
Could have gone badly.
But I sort of lock eyes with him and stand, protective, kind of that same burning in my heart of how I feel over my family with Shade underneath me. And Bub's kind of blocking him on the other side and just sort of create this barrier.
Okay. No problem. The fur.
Fuck with me.
And teeth.
Watch it.
And jar.
And jar. An empty jar. Gibbs, that is your turn. No problem. Vess, what would you like to do? Or sorry, Gibbs, at the end of your turn.
Yes.
Oh, you didn't actually say anything. It was Bub. So we'll get to that on his turn. Vess,
Right.
what would you like to do?
So is it possible for me to clamber up to this upper level?
Yeah, make an athletics check.
Okay.
You
And
turn
is
to the
that-
right. There's like a little.
Is that like my entire action, or is that just my movement?
It's going to be movement to do.
Okay. So it's a 9.
A 9. With all the various elements, it should be pretty easy to get up there, but it is relatively damp in here, and you can't find any handholds to make your way up right away.
Okay. All right. So, without a clear shot, because I don't have a clear shot on him right now.
It is not clear. It's like 3/4 cover, but you could shoot at him.
I'm gonna actually use daze instead.
Okay.
Yay,
Nice.
Do
Daze is
another will
great.
save.
Nice.
Nice. Hopefully
And
his will
did we
is
figure
not
out
as
what
strong
the-
It doesn't
as
matter. It's a high
AC.
roll. That's a 21.
Just figure if you.
Okay. So, that's my turn then. movement in.
He's pretty good, but he's also been rolling really well. That is your turn, Vess. You look and search with your mind, but you cannot find this Kasatha. It is now the Kasatha's turn. Bubs, you hit him twice, and as you talk to him, trying to have perhaps the strangest element of diplomacy ever recorded. This creature says...
My fist does the talking.
Well, and also your voice.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, the confusing part, is your voice is saying peaceful things and your fists are not. All right. So it looks at you. You can see these red eyes narrow. And when you mention the Jade Brigade, Nemov says, "I'm just a cell of the whole. Jade showed me. Like a lizard that loses its tail, sometimes an organism must lose a part of itself to survive." He lunges forward. He's going to take a full attack against you, Bubs. So first, this Bone Blade. That is going to be a 27 to hit.
Is that KAC or?
KAC.
Yeah, I have 19, so that's
Okay.
gonna hit.
You are only going to be taking 9 points of piercing damage as he jabs this blade at you.
Is that with my kinetic resistance?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
The next thing is going to be the Red Star Plasma Lance. Ooh, this might actually miss for once. That is an 18 to hit.
KAC or EAC?
That is KAC, I believe.
Yes, 19 I
There you
have.
go. So he swings, and this hits you kind of skidding off the side. It looks like it should hit you, but it's as if some element of the air just glances the blow aside. And then instead of the fourth arm, which is not fired yet, is actually going to pull out, or already has a weapon, but it's going to fire it. For some reason, my stat block has gone missing. How is that possible? Oh, it's all the way down at the bottom. That's why.
You can find the stat block. He doesn't have one.
Yeah, exactly.
He's a swerve. He's a CR1 creature.
He has to flail.
So a sheet lightning pistol is drawn. That is going to be
Damn, this-
a 22 to hit.
Sheet lightning pistol.
Yes.
Casey or
If we kill this guy,
It's
we're
a
gonna
19
get
I
so
have, so
many
that hits.
good weapons.
Because he's
I
got 4
know.
good weapons.
Yeah.
He's got 4 hands.
Is he looking bad? Like,
You
is he
are,
injured at
he's
all?
looking a little rough.
He's looking
Yeah.
Okay.
You are going to be taking 10 points of fire damage as this this laser kind of erupts in a sheet around you. The laser beams seem to almost adhere to your body and burn these lines across. However, that is their turn. You survive the attack. That is going to bring us to the top of the round. The boats move 10 feet. And then Spice, it is your turn. You can see this 4-armed assassin, different weapons swinging around. You see Shay get knocked to the ground just as a gun is pulled out and gets fired at Bubs. For whatever reason, Gibbs in the middle of this combat not being hit.
Okay.
What do you want to do?
I'm gonna do a couple of things. Can I? Well, first and foremost, I see Shade lying down, and I like kind of hear the music playing over the speakers, and I go, "Can you feel the love tonight, Lion
cannot.
King?"
I'm
Switching
dying.
switching Disney movies.
Okay.
And do an inspiring boost for Shade.
Okay.
Who's taking significant damage? Let's see. Ally regains stamina points up to twice my envoy level, 3, plus my charisma modifier, 4, so that's 7 stamina points.
Wait,
I think that's 10.
10.
that's 10. Yeah.
Yes, that is 10.
Cool.
That's pretty nice.
I like that.
And you get to stand up with stamina as long as you have either stamina or health, right?
Yeah,
I have
yeah,
one
yeah.
health because I stabilized, right?
Yeah.
And
If
then-
you need stamina, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just as my move, can I get cover behind these branches?
Absolutely. You kind of bend down and maneuver within these roses. You would imagine leaving this section is going to be, or sorry, not rose. This is you're in the Enchanted Forest, right?
Yes.
Okay, no problem. You go behind this metal pole painted to look like an oak tree. You feel pretty in
The
cover.
petals falling around me.
Yeah. Shade, for what it's worth, you look up and you hear just in the periphery of your hearing, and then you wake up, coming to life. You hear below you this animatronic, the animatronic crawdad still bursting into song. You look below and you see on these lily pads these 3 animatronic frogs that are just doing like these little sighs in between. But all of you engage in this battle above. You are now awake. Shade, anything else, Spice?
I'm gonna just tell everybody, hey, we got Diego on our side. Don't shoot him.
Aye. You wake up. It is your turn, Spice. What do you want to do? Or sorry, Shade. What do you want to do? Diego's following up.
I'm going to reboot complete. I guess
You hear from behind Shade.
bum 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 bum. Can I
Microsoft sound.
coordinated if I blast him 10 feet away from me into Bubs?
Okay.
Can Bubs attempt a grapple or something?
Talk about
It's so hard to do a grapple.
Or some sort of
He can. It'll happen on his
Once you're
turn.
on turn,
But
yeah.
yeah,
Right,
you can certainly
okay.
do that.
Would that be a plus to the KEC for the grapple if he's pushed towards me, or?
I would say it's probably going to be a minus for the KAC. You'll have a boost.
Okay, that's what I meant.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna try to hit him with my gravity pistol.
Make an attack roll.
And I'm gonna do it pushing, not
Yeah, make
pulling.
an attack roll.
Oh my god, I need to throw that die away. It's not gonna hit. That's a 13.
You fire as you crawl to your feet. You fire wide, off and down the hall. Anything else, Shade?
No, that's all I can really do.
Alrighty. It is Diego's turn. You hear Diego go, hi. He runs to the side, and he is just going to, he's going to shoot at this Kasatha. There are 2 loud bangs as this revolver rings out. Oh my god. And they both miss, even so close.
Darn it.
He's still breathing hard from this run, so he's like not taking good shots. Bang, bang. They just kind of ricochet down the hallway. That brings us to Bubs. Gibbs, you are on deck. What do you want to do, Bubs? This,
Non-lethally.
I'm gonna say, look, that kind of thinking isn't ideal. Fighting's the only thing I've ever been good at, but I've always thought for what I believed in, and you shouldn't fight for this. And did your gravity
No.
miss? Then I'm just gonna go with the old 1-2.
Okay, so you take 5 feet of movement and you begin to attack.
Oh, is he 5 feet away from me?
Yes.
Okay, then just the 1. Unless I have reach. Do I have reach? No.
No, so you have
Okay.
to
Yep,
move 5
then
feet
just-
closer.
That's a 3. So
3. That's gonna miss.
Yep.
You reach forward, you swing, and one of the 4 hands reaches and grabs your hand, not even looking at you. Anything else, Bubs?
That's it.
Gibbs, what do you want to do? Vess, you're on deck.
He's kind of harrying attacks from all of my friends, but I've sort of got a singular focus that I've already moved on to, which
Okay.
is, and I'm gonna look at him and I'm immediately like, tell me how to contact the Jade Brigade. Whatever.
Brigade. Yeah.
I'm trying.
No worries.
I want to be the lizard that sheds their tail.
Make a diplomacy check.
11.
It's actually just enough. You're getting a bonus from a source that you do not know. 1 second here. Okay. So you say that. He turns to you and says, she's on Dorato, but it's too late. I am the tail. The battle is not here.
Ah, mystic bullshit. Is that my turn?
You tell me.
Can I fling a telekinetic projectile non-lethally at him?
What is it an action to do?
It's an attack, yeah.
Yeah, no, probably not.
Cool. Then I'm gonna stand there, feeling shade readjust behind me. Just gonna.
Okay, no problem. You still keep that defensive stance. That brings us to you, Vess. What do you want to do?
I am going to run back up here to get a clean shot
Okay, yeah.
and take one more shot at it. Okay, so actually, with weapon specialization and the attack focus, it's actually +2 plus the +2, so it's +4.
That makes sense, yeah. Or I thought it was +2 +3.
Is it?
Huh?
It depends.
So the needler is +2 in my character sheet.
Okay.
But it's a 15, so 19.
19 against which?
KC.
From where you are hitting with his cover bonus, unfortunately, that misses, but it's close. So for reference, if he was not in cover, that would have hit. And you can see it like goes, and for a second you see it stop, like it hit him, and then he moves a little bit, and you can see this razor thin piece of wire sticking up from the concrete, and the needle has pierced that wire. The needle like
I should
sticking
have
out the
climbed
other
up.
end.
But
Anything else?
no.
Okay, that is your turn, Vest. It is now this guy's turn. He is still not. He's not going to attack you, Gibbs. But he is going to see when you talk that Shade is getting up.
Yep.
And so, Shade, you're going, well,
What an asshole.
I'd like to give Shade a little cover of his kneecaps.
so actually, he's going to activate his jump jets and move 10 feet over to the other side.
Do I get an attack opportunity?
Talked about opportunity.
You do not. Gibbs is
Well, because
between the two of you.
I'm wearing the
That's
same.
right.
We technically are trying to.
He's a small person. Yes, you do get an attack of opportunity.
Gibbs will not take an attack of opportunity.
Okay.
Just to balance that
Okay.
out.
Fair enough. That's kind of what he was expecting.
Right.
I will, and I'm gonna hit him this time. I
18
think.
plus 8.
18
Wow.
plus 8 hits, yeah.
Alright, alright,
this
alright.
Mine's 19.
19 just hits.
Both hits.
That is his KIC.
What do I even do for it? This is like my first unarmed strike that actually hit. So
So you tell me I don't have a character
I
sheet.
do
how
11
the
damage.
fuck do I
11
roll one?
points of damage.
Yeah, and I'm gonna
All
just
right.
flavor it as he's flying away, I give him like a little gut punch.
Sure, and you can see he spins off to the side. He has to pull his leg up so the thruster almost hits the wall and like boosts him back to the walkway.
I had to roll a
When he does
1d3, so I just did it here and got an 8.
An 8?
Yeah.
Wait,
Well,
what?
plus the
Okay, I
bonus.
was gonna say I don't know how you rolled a D3
Yeah, no.
and got an 8.
D3 plus 5.
Okay, 8.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
D3, what the fuck?
It's a thing, and it's a D6 divided by 2. It fucking
Oh,
sucks.
I guess, yeah.
It's the
Yeah,
it's
we
the
talked
answer-
about
yeah,
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna do it on this. I don't know.
That is a better way of doing it.
Yeah,
That was,
why
you said
not?
that was 8?
Yeah.
Okay. So he's looking pretty rough now. And as he goes, you see Bubs hits him. He spins off. And as he does, you kind of crack him right in the knee. You feel something give a little bit. And there is a grunt, but they do land fine. They're starting to look pretty rough, though. Anything else? Oh, no, sorry. That was his movement. Action, turning. He's going to take 2 shots at you. Shade. This is with the Explorer's hand coil.
Gonna go down again.
Oh, probably not. That is an 18 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Nice.
I mean, yeah, it hits. It doesn't matter if it's KAC or EAC.
Luckily, almost every time he's rolling real low against you, that is going to be 7 points of energy. Yeah.
That's still, like, not that
Are you
insignificant.
down again?
No, I'm
No.
You have 3
close,
left.
but not. Yeah.
That is his turn. That brings us to the top of the round. The boats move 10 feet. Spice.
Yep.
From where you are ducking behind this artificial oak tree, you see the jump jets activate and they flee about 10 feet to the next overpass.
Okay.
Shots are flying all over the place. You see Shade and Bubs both like striking at him as he runs. What are you doing?
Do I... Dan, can you still attack this guy if I buff you? Are you close enough?
Who are you talking to?
Dan.
Oh,
No, he's across the way now.
yeah, I mean, I could probably make it over that and do it a
Like
one
a
attack.
jump?
Yeah.
Jump
Okay.
10 feet.
So she's going to, she's inspired, like, getting pretty consumed by the, like, atmosphere of the funnel of love, obviously. So she's, like, kind of almost laying back behind the cover there, and then she reaches out into your mind and she goes, perhaps if you survive this, we're gonna go on a real date. And that's an inspiring boost, so you get 10 points of stamina points.
And a big ego boost.
Nice. You hear this voice cut across the darkness, and you are inspired. Anything else, Spice?
What does inspiration do?
10
You get
points
10
of
point-
stamina.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I assumed you.
Yeah, I took some
that.
damage.
Awesome work. Anything else, Spice?
She's still taking cover down there.
Okay, no problem.
So I want to be in full cover now.
Yeah, you certainly are. So you're behind a metal post and like a concrete wall, and then there are these like fake branches over you, so you're pretty hidden as well.
Okay.
All right, Shade, you're up, and then Diego goes.
Trying to decide if I want to try to pull him towards us, but then he'll fall, presumably, right? Because it's 10 feet, so he goes there. Yeah. Damn. I guess I'm gonna... Can I move action to pull out my tri-laser? And then fire that and try to do, like, shoot him in the shins for non-lethal?
Yeah, go for it. So you bring out the tri-laser and
Memo.
firing across.
It's much more. Right.
That's an 18,
An 18.
and it's against his EAC.
Okay. 18 against his EAC. That is going to hit.
Nice. Okay. And that's, what is it, a D6?
Oh, good.
That's 3 points of fire damage.
3 points of fire damage. All right. You tag him in the shin. He kind of like kicks the little embers away.
That's it. That's all I can do.
Shade, that is your turn. Diego is going to take 2 shots from the top. The first one is going to be a 17, which is a miss. And the second one, is going to be an 18, which is also a miss.
Has he hit any shots?
Nope, not a single one.
No, but he's only taken 4 shots. I mean, give him a break.
Diego, I'm not a big fan.
That is Diego's turn. Diego's still breathing hard. He's like, guys, I'm sorry.
Guys, if we kill him, we move up in the rankings.
I don't believe you that you're
That's not how the rankings
3410.
work.
Yes, it does.
I'll explain these in a little bit. Anyways, that is his turn. That brings us to Bubs. Bubs, what would you like to do?
I'm gonna leap across this ravine.
Make an
and then-
acrobat or make an athletics check. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. That is a 3.
Ah, fuck.
You feel so you're about to jump, and as you begin to leap, you just hear, "We're gonna go on a real date," and you're like, and you just fall. So go ahead, and you're gonna take 3 points of bludgeoning damage as
Yep.
you hit hard, kind of spinning end over end. And as like the world spins, you're like, "But a real date, wow."
That's a reason to get back
I
up.
We
think
got little
Bubs
hearts with
is
duckies around.
falling for spice.
So you can climb to your feet down there, but that is your movement.
Yeah.
Literally
I'm gonna get up and I have half my movement action still, or what's?
No. You
Nothing?
don't get to break up your movement in Starfinder.
Okay, so that was my turn.
that's your movement.
That's it then, I guess.
All
Your
right.
movement is
You gesture angrily at the bounty hunter. That is your turn, Bubs. Gibbs, what would you like to do?
Gibbs, no longer really motivated to fight. I don't want to use my whole movement, but I'm just going to sort of perch where I am, kind of dangling my legs over the railing that's protecting this side from falling over to the other side.
Okay.
And we'll sort of take out my jar and see it's empty. And it's the action of spending a resolve point, which is Gibbs's like life force, like the ability to continue on to the fight. And so what it looks like to all of you guys is I do like a little slice, it's kind of scratching around where the leeches are, and draw some of that blood. And I will spend the resolve point to heal you all. So the first time seeing it not come from the jar, but come from like Gibbs's actual life force. And that is a 6 plus a 1. So you guys get 7 health points back from Gibbs's personal like repository.
And in this dark and dirty
That's HP,
space,
not-
as you scrape
HP.
away elements of the leeches and the little bits of blood flake off and into the air, they seem to go up and into elements of the sewer itself, breaking off bits of soot and grime that rain down. But as they do, almost like black snow. And as it touches you, you feel yourselves regain strength.
And then I just sort of like swing a tired head and like the whole like nose looking at the sky across the way, like not really willing to like chase this bounty in any meaningful way, but just supporting my teammates and keeping them alive. But
Yeah,
I'm just chilling.
no worries. You perch up, ready to support your team. That is your turn, Gibbs. Vest, what would you like to do?
All right, so I'm actually gonna pull out my capture pole,
Okay.
and then
You better capture this whole time.
I switched to the needler pretty early on because it's a ranged weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I feel like maybe I could use it to climb up to this upper level here and engage melee. Like use it to like a boost.
One of the arms.
Go ahead. Make an acrobatics or athletics check. Your
Okay.
choice. You can take
Okay.
a conditional +2 modifier to it for using that. I like that.
to
It's-
pole vault up.
Yeah, yeah,
Picture
yeah.
the thing the dog catchers
Oh, yeah.
use.
Yeah,
the
That's what I was
that's
thinking.
basically what
Yeah.
it is.
That's what it is, but it's
so I'm
also an
imagining-
injection weapon. So I
Imagine
can.
you hook it around something and use it to like shuffle yourself up.
Yes. Okay. So acrobatics. So this is a 18 plus 1 plus the modifier of 2, 21.
No
So
problem. Yeah.
I get up there, and then I make an attack with the capture pole. It's a
melee attack, I believe.
I think just enforcement class.
I'm sorry.
Yes. Okay. So it's +2, and then does the weapons focus and specialization, because it is an injection weapon, does that count for this one as well?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's +4, and
Capture pull is really good if you have a proficiency in injection. There's like a bunch of forms written about it.
okay, it's 13.
13, unfortunately, that is a miss. You see this little element hanging over, you grab it and yank yourself up with a capture pull, and you spin it over ready to like attack, and it gets snagged on that thing. You have to like unloop it. For a moment, you're like Donatello moment, now
Nice.
gone. But you make your way up there.
All right.
Okay. That brings us to the Kasatha. They are going to look down, and they're going to take 2 shots at you, Bubs.
Do it.
First one,
Is Bubs prone because he fell?
No, I stood
No,
up.
you stood
Oh, you stood up. Okay.
That is going to be a 23 to hit.
That hits, yeah.
So this is the Explorer's. Where am I? Oh, the
Why do I have a standard
Explorer's
laser pistol?
hand coil.
Because we gave you one.
Okay. 6 points of energy damage to you, Bubs.
Yep.
And the sheet lightning pistol goes off. That is going to be a 28 to hit.
28 to hit. Yeah, that's everything.
That's 7 points of energy damage as this sheet of lasers almost grabs around you, leaving scars across you. That is their 2 attacks. They are going to. And Vast, you're the only one up there with them.
Yeah.
They're going to take their movement.
Wait, but he did a full attack, right? Oh, I thought he did.
He
two
has
attacks.
multiple arms.
Oh
That's
yeah,
his
yeah,
thing.
multi-arm motherfucking.
He's just going to take his action to jump on the boat, thus not leaving the range of opportunity on his move.
Oh.
That is going to be his turn. That brings us to the top of the round. The boats move 10 feet.
Wait, no, this boat is on the deck. Sorry, this boat goes.
Yeah, let's go. That's where they are. Yeah, that's where they are.
Ahead.
He's on the second floor.
So
I'm
he's
sorry.
there.
Okay.
And he
It's
goes
confusing, I know.
there.
So the boats move 10 feet.
These ones
He
got really
steps
cluttered.
onto the boat vest, and the boat just kind of carries him a little bit out of your range in this this well-timed maneuver. But it brings us to the top of the round. Spice, what do you want to do? You see the bounty hunter step onto a boat and begin to move slowly out of your range.
Okay, well, I'm going to, before he gets too far out of range, I'm going to attempt a sunder to shoot a gun out of his hand.
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
Nice.
Make your attack roll.
Thank you. It's nice to have the book in front of me so I can choose my.
It's a great little book.
Yeah, I love it. I guess it would be 22.
Against EAC or
It's
KAC?
going to be Sunder. I think. Let me see. I think it's KAC plus 8.
If it's KAC plus 8, then no, that is a not success,
Back.
unfortunately. So you shoot, and you can see it hits his hand, but where the armor is, it seems to absorb the blow. Anything else, Spice?
I'm gonna move then if that missed. Wait a minute, let me see real quick. Whatever. Too late. I'm going to run up past Diego, so just right there. So yeah, that's it. That's my move.
Great. So you run to the other side of Diego, kind of in the idea of where this boat might appear in your mind. That is your turn. Shade, what do you want to do?
Is this all like? I can't see him.
Solid. No, that's
Okay,
correct.
so it's
Earth
like-
going up to a road.
Okay, so this is basically just like a big
Yeah.
wall because we're underground. Okay. I don't have an angle on him here then, right?
No.
Okay.
Just barely no.
I think I'm gonna try to jump over.
Okay, make an athletics check. Love it. It's only 10 feet. Nobody else has been able to do it, but you're a robot.
I'm a robot indeed, and that's a 23.
No problem. So this time you jump your retro thruster a little bit and it gives you just the extra bit to move over. You
gonna
land
go
next to
here.
Vess. You
I'm
see
gonna-
Just walk
now-
right onto it.
Yeah, and I'm gonna like run onto it.
Okay,
and-
yeah. So you run, you take one.
Well, actually, no. I'm not gonna run onto it.
Okay.
I'm gonna stand here and try to pull him off of it.
Okay, go for it. Make your attack roll. You point the gravity gun at him as you land next to Vess.
God damn! I rolled with the shitty die again. It doesn't hit. That's
Okay.
terrible. Like
You go
that's-
wide, the leap kind of throwing your aim off, and he continues to sail around the bend. Anything else, Shade?
I'm gonna just sad.
Isn't he still on the boat?
He's still on the
Yeah,
boat,
he's
yeah.
still on the boat. Yeah.
You're gonna see Diego just follow you, Spice. He's gonna move maybe 10 feet beyond Spice, then turn around and go, what are you doing? Come on! And he's gonna wait for you to catch up. That is his turn. Bubs, what do you want to do? Gibbs, your own deck.
I'm going to climb up this 10 foot right here.
Okay.
Before I do that, I just want to yell to this guy to finish the conversation before I fell. If the battle isn't here, where is Jade planning the next attack? And that is a 6 plus 3, so a 9.
A 9. You're like yelling this. You have to stop, and then you kind of slide down a little bit. It's you can't quite get on there.
You can see my head pop up and I yell this and I fall right down. Can I make another attempt to do it again?
Yeah, go for it.
13 plus 3, 16.
Just barely.
Yes.
And it's not pretty. You haul yourself over. It's like a little kid climbing up onto a bed. You kind of swing your leg up and then roll onto the deck.
So those are my actions. I still have a movement though, right?
Sure. Yeah, you can use that as your action and your clear
Yeah.
fast action or whatever it's called.
So
Quick action.
then I will just move on to the boat then.
Okay, no problem. You move over, you stand on the boat, you ask them these things. At the end of your turn, you see the covering of the face shift up slightly, like a smile beneath it. And he says, "It's already happening. Why do you think we had so many of you chase me across this system?"
No.
That is the end of your turn. That brings us to Gibbs. What would you like to do?
Oh, that's what.
Everyone looks pretty healthy, and I'm not really willing to move, so I'm actually gonna pull out my communicator and
Yeah.
start drafting an email.
Okay.
What?
So you
And-
sit down.
And I'm gonna perch there, like, you know, like the way you text and drive, like just like looking up every so often, being like, okay, is everyone good? Like, can I see all my kids? Like, the very much the mom at the park. But I am drafting an email while I'm doing this shit. But I'm not willing. Like, I can't see that guy. I'm not willing to do anything to like fix my problem.
Sure, no problem. So you sit down, you begin to write an email.
Great.
That is your turn. Sorry. Gibbs, Vess, what do you want to do?
All right, so I think I'm pretty sure that this still counts as in range for the capture pole.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it's a pretty long weapon. So one more attack with that one. Come on. 15.
15, unfortunately, not quite enough.
Okay.
You swing it in this crowded space with everybody gathered around. You
Yeah.
can't quite get a good swing. Anything else?
I don't even have any good bonus actions.
There you go. It's low level, yeah.
I guess I will just go forward a little bit.
Okay. So you run forwards along the walkway, kind of trying to stay in front of the boat.
I did.
That is your turn, Vest. That brings us to this Kasatha. They stop talking to you, Bubs. Both of the weapons kind of go out, one leveled at Shade, one at you.
That's so cool.
Shade, you are taking the Explorer hand coil.
I don't want that.
That is a 22 to hit.
No.
And that is going to be
Popcorn?
Yes, there is.
8 points of energy damage. Bubs, you are taking the Sheet Lightning Pistol.
Yep.
That is going to be 28 to hit.
I take it.
And you are taking 11 points of energy damage as this hits you almost directly in the chest.
Just do.
Those are their attacks, just holding the pistols out to either side. That is,
That's his turn, right?
yeah, that's going to be his turn. That brings us to the top of the round. The boats move 10 feet and Spice.
Do I get an attack of opportunity because he moves out of my range?
I'm going to say no just because Bubs kind of replaces immediately, and this isn't really him moving.
Okay.
Forced movement.
This one goes here.
Is there a ball?
I have an empty bowl right there.
Yeah.
Spice literally just watching eating popcorn. That's all. Just
That's
unfolds.
Gibbs. Gibbs is doing
So,
that.
Spice, it is your turn. What do you want to do?
Oh, I'm actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start using branches around me from this enchanted forest to barricade the oncoming boats going towards
Okay.
me.
Ooh.
Fantastic. Go ahead and make a, we'll call this.
I feel like I have time. Can I get a bonus because I have time?
So you can take 10 or take 20. You definitely don't have 10 minutes or 20 minutes.
Okay.
You have like several seconds for sure.
All right, so I'm just tearing.
Make a
branches
survival.
down.
Make a survival check. Oh, thank you.
Oh, interesting. I have a bonus
Survival.
to survival.
Yeah.
That is interesting. Let me, has to do with my fucking fuck. Where is it?
Has to do with my fucking fuck. So what kind of bonus does your fucking fuck provide?
It has to do with being a street rat.
Okay, yeah.
Something on What did you say?
Make a-
Survival, right?
Survival, yeah. You can make a survival check and then add whatever the additional thing is afterwards if you
Wow.
look for it.
I'm just gonna roll it
There we go.
and maybe natural 12. Wait. 14.
14. Okay. This isn't like a hard task.
Yeah.
And these are fake branches. They are bolted on, so it's easy to like pry them away from the tree. Put them into the water. They're metal, so they sink down to the bottom. It's pretty easy. It's deep, so you have to put a bunch of them in.
Okay.
But you start
Can
doing
I enlist Diego for help?
that. Sure.
It's like, Diego, help me!
I got you. He runs over and starts snapping down branches as well. Literally rolling the exact same that you did. So,
Okay.
Build a
guys,
dam.
twice as fast. That is your turn, Spice Shade. What do you want to do?
So is it effective? Do we get an effective block?
You can feel the
Like a
water
beaver?
already beginning to kind of like slow as it
Okay.
passes. Yeah.
I'm gonna try to shoot him again.
Make an attack roll.
I'm gonna try to pull him, which I think, if I pull him this way,
Pull him into Bubs.
would like pull him through Bubs' space.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. Bubs will certainly get an attack of opportunity.
Nice.
Okay, and I'm not using that shit because I keep rolling like a 3
No, you
every
go,
time.
you go. Roll bag.
Nice. That's why I changed the die. That's a 23 to hit.
Nice.
23 hits. You yank him forward, and he is pulled past you, Bubs. If you want, make an attack of
Of
opportunity.
course.
Like right to here.
That is a
right in front of
15
you.
plus 8.
That hits.
All right.
Just in time for him to kill me.
That is a 4 plus.
Again.
I mean, 1 plus 8 for damage.
So 9.
Yep.
Bubs, tell us how it happens.
Nice.
What?
So I'm gonna jump on the boat, and the gravity is gonna be pushing him back in towards me.
Pulling him towards you.
And then I'm gonna say, already happened, you jerk! And I'm just gonna wind up like Donkey Kong does in Smash Brothers, where he like runs his fist and just like clothesline him with my fist.
Make an attack roll. Yeah. Or no, sorry. You
I
don't
already
have to make
did,
an
yeah.
attack roll. You already did. So as you pulled towards you with the gravity, you reach back, and right when he's about this far away, you unleash all of your momentum.
It's non-lethal, right?
It's not what he said, but I will imagine. This is
Unarmed strikes are non-lethal.
I was going to say, because it's an unarmed strike, yes, it is non-lethal. So you deck this guy right in the face. You hear a sickening crack. The head jerks back. You hear a little splash, splash. Just to the bone blade. Well, never mind. You hear the weapons all fall onto the deck.
Nice.
And for this moment, I'm going to take you guys out of initiative because this guy is unconscious. Well done, everybody.
Yay! That was a hard
Unconscious.
one.
Yeah.
That's
That
a
was
good
lasting
for us.
What do you
forever.
need?
Almost
Battle
fucked me
map.
up a second time.
So, all of a sudden, things kind of go quiet. You see Bubs now gently cradling this Kasatha as they slowly go down the tunnel of love and go around the corner from the rest of you guys. And because it is 8:51, we're going to step away for a super quick break. Or actually, wait, what time do we end? 9 o'clock?
9:30ish.
9:30ish? So it's up to you guys. We like went real far with this combat.
We did, yeah.
If you guys want, we could either end a little bit early and keep going for like another 15-20 minutes, or we could take a break here and end around like 10 or what is it, 9:45, something like that. Up to you guys.
9:45. Can you do 9:45? You travel the furthest.
I do drive very far. Fine, I don't have that hard work
We're
tomorrow.
gonna step
so-
away for 10 minutes and we'll come back for the final portion of this campaign. This is the finale.
And
Secret finale.
we become bounty hunters number 1.
Yeah,
TPK.
the final portion of this particular session in just a little bit. So thank you guys for hanging out with us for this long combat. We'll be back at 9 o'clock. We'll see you then.
Are we doing pick?
and welcome back to Mosaic Team 5. Thank you for those of us who hung through the break, but also for those of you who hung out through the break. We appreciate you sticking with us. If you are just joining us, we had an epic combat in this tunnel of love down here. I'll show it again on the combat cam. But you all managed to subdue this Kasatha after he already told you that the real fight was happening elsewhere. But in this moment, you have him unconscious. Bubs, you are holding his body as you now gently navigate down the tunnel of love upon this cart boat. But for all of you in this dark space, what would you like to do?
I'm gonna begin to confiscate all of his things on his body and start restraining him as securely as we can
I'll
for
assist.
Okay, so you're pulling him off the
transport
boat,
back to the
presumably?
ship.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd probably like go over and be like, let's get him off the ship.
Yeah.
Is it possible for me to use the capture pole now?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty easy, but yeah.
I'll be like, gotcha!
You just
And
jab him
everybody
with
just looks
it.
at you.
The body kind
Well,
of,
it closes, it's like a collar.
yeah, the body kind of
So-
shifts to the side. The head just hangs over the collar for
I'm
a little
like-
bit, but
But he won't be bothering us anymore.
great job, Vance.
Correct.
I keep drafting that email as I sort of walk and text towards the exit, seeing that things are largely resolved.
Sure.
And I also checked that text we got, like, in the middle of combat.
That was
forever ago.
you, I believe, sending the text. Who sent
No,
it?
that
It was
was,
me.
it was
I
Spice.
sent it.
Spice.
I don't even remember what I
No, you
said.
sent it to Peep. She sent it to
Everyone got a calm when we were in the water.
That
right
was
there.
from Spice. That,
Yeah.
Oh,
She sent a message to Peep as well, yes.
Did
Yeah.
you respond?
Not yet.
Oh, well, what a dick. He hasn't responded to my other text.
You guys messaged very briefly. Yes, that one purposefully did not respond to. That
Nobody
one
respects the comms.
All right.
Peep tries his best.
I, like, refresh it, be like, no new messages, and I, like, keep going and I draft. And I'm just gonna move towards the exit.
Okay, no problem. You continue moving towards the exit. For the rest of you, the two of you move him out. Vess, you put this capture pole over his neck. You bind him fairly securely. Are you using just rope? Do you have any kind of...
I think for now I'd probably just use rope
Okay, make a perception check as you kind of begin to look through his belongings.
because I think we need to
I
invest
assume
in
there's,
some
safety
shackles.
ropes on the edge of the boat. So
Yeah.
maybe
Like
cut
seat
the
belts.
rope off and then also secure it on the rope.
And now that you have a little bit more time, what you notice is behind the seats in the boats, there is like a panel, colored the same as the fish, but pulling it back, you see the mechanisms for the paddle. There's rope. There's a little life jacket. There's a couple other things in there.
we could have used the battle.
There's a lot of things you guys could use in there. What'd you roll?
28.
28. Okay, so you find a tactical chitin blade, a Red Star Nova Lance, which is that brass knuckle looking plasma spike. You find
Oh, a brass now.
an Explorer hand coil
All right, just
and a sheet lightning pistol.
all right.
In addition,
Oh my god. Okay, you're gonna have to read these back again.
Okay. In addition,
them.
you find a survival straw,
Survival straw.
a weaponsmithing kit, an
Okay.
advanced med kit,
Weaponsmith kit.
and then looking at him,
Advanced.
he's wearing Kasatha Microcord, Microcord 2, in fact. This is a light armor. It does have 4 arms. It would take a little time to modify. But you do notice there are jump jets attached to it as well.
I'm gonna try to take the jump jets.
You're going to undress this guy?
Yeah.
taking his clothes
Take
off right
all of
now?
his clothes. I'll take that
I think I would
microcord.
probably try to like, you know, I mean, we do need to neutralize him. I don't know. Is there a way to like disable the things without taking his clothes off?
The jump jets? If
No,
you
why
want.
can't we take his clothes off? Fuck it, he's a disposable bounty. He does not
him-
need any decency.
I mean,
I take the bone dagger.
all right. I'm
want
just
that
going
speed
through.
I'd like to make it.
I'm just taking inventory
Yeah.
Okay.
of all this
We
stuff.
can roll off later.
We're gonna, we'll bring it all back to the ship. Make sure that he's secure.
I think
That's-
we
that's
need
what
to
I'm
focus
doing.
on,
I'm not really-
right, is getting out of here.
So are you undressing him?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not gonna stop if they.
Okay.
Tear his
two of
clothes
you-
off.
yeah, the
He's
two
like,
of
I
you
want everything that's fun
Unzip.
and
This is
fun.
like a skin tight set of it's Kasatha microcord, which is these really woven together carbon fibers that create a very firm, especially kinetic resistant weave. It's body hugging. It's very sleek. It almost seems to absorb the light. And you can see also there are these little elements that have not been activated, but they do have these almost like glowing borders that can be turned on and off. It's more for like the fashion of it than the function. There are jump jets attached to these, and once this armor is modified to fit one of you, you can utilize those jump jets as intended. And for a free action, you're basically able to get a flying speed equal to your movement.
Damn.
So that is what you find.
All right. I'm gonna pick up the body and start heading to the ship. We've successfully completed the bounty capture.
Sure.
We have to head to the trucks we rented because our ship is
Yes.
very far away.
Shit, I- Yeah.
Load him into the back of the truck is the plan that I have, and then keep an eye on him riding the motorcycle by the bed.
Sure, no problem. So you all haul him out of the Tunnel of Love. And as you do so, you are in a festival, which is still going on. So give me just one moment. There's a lot of chaos happening. You can see that this teenagers kind of like people are trying to blow air on him. He still looks really dazed. And right around this point, as you guys get out, there isn't too much attention being paid to you with this teenager, and having a medical emergency. You see, like, what is a festival paramedic basically bending over as you're passing, kind of hauling this guy along, Weekend at Bernie style. Diego, following all of you as well, is going to lean in and go, so how are we going to split this money?
Diego, you didn't do any damage. You don't
Excuse
get
me?
any of it.
Who's this guy?
Oh, it teamed up, though.
We did not enter any.
We didn't make it
agreements.
harder
Yeah,
on
what
us.
contract, Diego? Get
Wait.
lost.
He squints his eyes, he looks at you and says, You said you work for Mosaic?
Indeed we do. You don't
What?
work for anybody.
No, I don't, but you got a boss, don't you? Mm-hmm. All right, well, let's see how he likes that.
Shade, what?
He turns and looks at all of you. Seems to be trying to memorize your faces.
I'm
And he looks and says, you haven't heard the last of me. I'm coming for my money.
Okay, we only have videos, so.
how much?
Can I, I'm gonna try to overestimate the power of, like, sort of my father owns this place.
Okay, yeah.
To scare him into thinking that if he tries to take us down, that we're gonna get him blacklisted in a way.
So what are you saying to him exactly?
Like, look, if you don't piss off right now, yeah, I'll go to the authorities and have you taken off what's the bounty hunter's, the rating?
Reliability index?
I'll have you taken right off the reliability index. I
Make a
know
bluff
the
check.
Bluff check,
Yeah.
okay.
Can
No!
I lead with my bluff? Is that something
Unfortunately,
you can
no.
do?
Oh, it was an 8. Oh, it was good, but then it
Damn.
Like hell you will. I'll be seeing you again real soon.
Hey, Diego.
He turns and walks away.
I go face first into the closest garbage can and start scarfing down the carnival leftovers, like the fried dough and the popcorn.
You
and
hear
the
a little
corn dogs.
Shinta child go, Mommy, what? And she says, don't look at him, don't look at him. And they just like walk by.
I'm eating my emotions right now, and I just.
Yeah, you guys see like little bones
like
flying
these
out, empty cups with like little Gibbs teeth marks around them. Gibbs having a hard time.
As they're walking out of the Tunnel of Love, Spice just kind of like hooks her arm into Bubs's elbow and like just is like
does he
taking
see?
in the situation.
So right now it is
Diego see
Spice linking arms with Bubs, linking arms with this bounty, linking arms with Shade. So you guys are walking 4 across, like Weekend at Bernie styling this
As,
Casasa.
as we're walking out, I'm gonna point to the station where all the pictures are, and I'm like, did we get one? Did we get one?
So interestingly enough, as you look, that is not the only camera within this place. There are several. And you see some zones that you didn't see before. You see one where there are a whole bunch of painted gold naked people. They seem to be probably carnival workers. not naked, but relatively undressed.
Right here is this like Bacchus.
So originally they were all. If the Kasatha was supposed to get there earlier than all of you and never made it there, but they were going to use the same thing that they did on that teenager on all those kids. Not kids, they're like 19, 21-year-olds. But around the corner, you see there is a chocolate fountain burbling away somewhere. There is like a beautiful sunset room with simulated stars. There are
really
artificial
wish we made it
palm
through more
trees
of
and
this.
sand in one of the places. You see an
Get back in
elevator
line.
with like
wait.
disco balls and all kinds of like soft crystal lights and all this kind of stuff. But you guys all stayed kind of where in the bayous, which you see actually in the map, there's like labels for the sections. In the bayou section underneath is where you guys spent most of your time, along with the Enchanted Forest.
I love the.
But you do see several pictures of all of you. You can see a picture of this Kasatha holding both guns to the sides, like shooting at Shade and Bubs. Oops. You can see.
At the end, when the panel of pictures of all the people.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, they're everywhere. And so they actually, you see, they're in these like little. They're all digital, and there's an artificial frame mocked up around them. It's a picture of Mesmerelda that says, "Love never dies." At Mesmerelda's Tunnels of Love. But you see all these different pictures. There are pictures of pretty much everything that occurred, and here and there, you can see on the corner screens there are like short little GIF versions of some of them. So yeah, there are lots of things that you could do, and you do see a little place where you could put a cred stick in and print out a picture
Yeah,
if you want.
I'm gonna do that. But as I'm doing that, I'm gonna say to everyone, he said the attack already happened. What did he mean by that?
It means we're too late.
Is there a way to hack these photos to
I want videos.
get rid of them?
If you
No,
want, you
I
can
want
kinda
them
get
as
down and make a
proof that
computer's
this
check.
guy.
Yeah, I'm gonna check to see if I can like hack into this thing.
I think I bought one before he does that.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, I would let
picture
them-
of
yeah, I would let-
Diego missing all the
I
shots.
wouldn't do. I'd wait my turn.
Okay, so you wait your turn. You go
And
up,
then-
you find a perfect picture. It's Diego looking kind of confused and like holding a gun out, like it's pointing towards the camera. You can definitely get that he's sweating a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
And I immediately scan it and send it to Peep and be like, "You're gonna need this later."
Okay.
I'm gonna try to hack to stop any malware or whatever, antivirus,
Countermeasure.
and then
So make a computer's check for countermeasures
okay.
as you hack a carnival kiosk.
All right, it's I think I beat it. Yeah, 26.
Nothing. This is the most
Great,
open
yeah.
like console you've
All
ever
right,
seen.
I want to take all the photos and load them, and then delete them.
Sure, no problem. In fact, as you kind of hack in, you recognize this is run off of like a pretty basic space OS. You use keyboard shortcuts and you just see them all delete. It's very easy.
I uploaded them
Delete.
into my memory first, right?
You didn't say that, but
Yeah, I
yes.
did.
He did
I heard
say
that.
that.
Yeah,
He did say
Sure,
that.
no
So
problem.
load it, then delete it.
You have them all
Loaded.
loaded in your
Yeah.
memory.
You guys, what do you mean, Gibbs? It doesn't matter. I mean, people got hurt. Doesn't that matter?
Yeah, it does matter, but like, it's too late.
This isn't the normal Gibbs I know. What's wrong, Gibbs?
I'm just feeling really disheartened about seeing the ramifications at my house, and now we're here and we fought a guy who, by all accounts, did exactly the right thing. Slaughtering all those people. Yeah, was it harsh? Maybe, but I don't know enough to cast moral judgment on this. And yeah, there's a bounty and that's got a value to it, but like, in my book, he's perfectly fine.
That is concerning.
You see he kind of stirs at the side. The head turns. You see these like half-hooded, red glowing eyes. And he says, "Then just let me go."
No fucking way. Shut up.
I'm outnumbered, my friend. Sorry.
Peep, where do we drop this bitch off?
I'm gonna just kind of reach out to Gibbs and realize that, I could do a hover hand kind of pat, but then I'm actually gonna touch Gibbs and
It's really sticky. I've been in the trash can for like at least 30 seconds.
Also, like the water.
Pull your hand away. There's like a deep fried
sewer
piece
water.
of spaghetti that's like attached.
yeah, I'm gonna take out my hand sanitizer and just wipe my hand clean.
I appreciate it, Bubs, but I'm drafting this email to it says no reply at jadebrigade.com. I found it on their website. So I'm gonna just send this email off. I got some pictures of my family. Like, look at this one of Tobin. Isn't it cute?
Aww.
Yeah. So I guess I'll CC you guys all on it. And I
good.
CC Mosaic 5. I don't know. I CC our
Yeah,
team
you guys
email.
have a what's it called? A group that you
Yeah.
can send to. No problem.
And I'll send it off. It's just a really sad email.
Okay, no problem. So you send this email out, and this is the one that's going to Rentropy? No reply at Rentropy?
No, no reply at Jade Brigade.
Jade Brigade, sorry, that's what I meant. All right, so you send this off to the Jade Brigade, and as you're typing this message, this individual turns and just says, I already told you, none of this matters.
Yeah, feel you, bro.
Turns and looks around. You're all bounty hunters, too.
Yeah.
He shakes his head a little bit and just says, she's going to be worth so much more.
She? You mean the head of the Jade Brigade, whose name is
Jade.
Jade?
Yeah.
Well, then where is she?
No.
He said she was on Dorado.
But she is.
But
At this point,
I don't want to turn her in.
How
her raid is complete. She's taken over the building. And with the technology it has, the whole world will see what she can do.
Can you repeat that one more time? With her completed, she can do what?
tell me to turn the music
The
down?
water splashing is really loud.
Sorry. You guys are out of the tunnel, too. Let me turn the
Yeah,
music down.
I'm sorry. It's just really hard to hear you.
No worries. Give me 1 second. Turn the carousel music down, turn off the water and the steamer paddles. So, he basically said to you, let me turn off the television music too. All right. He basically said to you, she has completed the raid at this point, and with what she has in there, the whole world will see what she can do.
But do I get the sense that he's talking about like against Rentropy or for Rentropy?
Make a sense motive check.
Okay.
We'll see. What?
10
Okay.
plus 3 is 13.
Oh,
You've already spoken about Rentropy in front of him, but he hasn't mentioned it by name, so you'd
Yeah.
guess not Rentropy?
Okay.
What does that mean? What did she take in the raid?
Looks up at you. Make a diplomacy check.
Oh, whoa.
It doesn't matter.
For what it's worth, I'm sorry.
He turns and looks at you. Why?
Because for whatever acts you've done, you're gonna face the same fate that anyone who gets turned in on a bounty gets. Unless you believe in something, a higher power.
What Jade can do with plants. She will bring nature back to where it should be. She will restore the natural order of her world.
Oh, Jesus.
And then the next, and the next. Until the plants take their place where they should. At the top. And we'll be there.
Okay.
how far are we from the vehicles?
At this point, you see them about 50 feet away. All you have to do is just exit the park, cross the street, and you see big truck, motorcycle, everything kind of parked across.
All right, I think probably I'd start loading them up.
Yeah.
Get
No
to
problem.
Get to
bounty
Rat
drop-off
King.
station.
yeah.
And I'm gonna hit him with a fatigue.
Okay.
He can make a fortitude save.
No, he cannot. That's a 0.
Okay. Then he is fatigued. He is fatigued for 1 round.
Okay.
Wait, 1 round per level, so 2 rounds.
Okay. So for the time that it takes to step off the truck and close the doors, he is fatigued.
on the way to Rat King, and when we get to Rat King, I'm looking for shackles of various, like, forearm shackles, regular handcuffs.
On your way to Rat King as you guys are driving?
If we pass by anything, but like when we get to Rat King,
Okay,
because
sure.
So-
that's presumably where the.
I'm not in the truck though, right?
So you have
Am I
your
in
car.
The separate car.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can, I mean, if you want to just ditch the car, you absolutely can.
I return the car.
You gotta return the car. You paid the
Get your-
deposit.
Yeah, I get your deposit back.
Does not care about the deposit at
So
all.
you guys load these. Load these
I'm
up. Yeah,
sorry,
I was gonna say probably you really don't. Are you just ditching the car?
Dad will get it.
Yeah, I'm gonna ditch the car
Let's scrap it for parts first.
because I don't want to miss out on the. It's like we're on a contract.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would stick with the group after
Okay.
we got killed. So in that case, I would like to use my profession in neurochemistry
Sure.
and say, we don't need shackles. We can use the shackles of his own mind.
Ooh,
And
spicy.
I'm gonna use my portable or my mini lab.
Mini
it's
lab,
called?
yeah.
Mini lab,
Sure,
whatever.
it's
To do a neurochemistry check.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. Give it a
I'm
shot.
a professional neurochemist,
Yeah,
so
this is your profession.
it is a 16.
A 16. You take a little bit of time, and you recognize it'll take probably a good half an hour, which you have certainly over the course of the trip to synthesize something that will work as a temporary chemical restraint.
For Sheerans.
And so, for who?
Kasatha.
Kasatha's right.
Okay, I was gonna say, wow, that's a out of left field. But sure, for the Kasatha, you come up with a very specialized chemical restraint that essentially is going to put him to sleep for the next 8 hours. You go into the back of the truck. As you're going to administer it, this individual looks up, and in the dark, you see these glowing red eyes. He's going to say, "You're not like them. You're soft. The soft ones bleed especially well. You could let me go, and I'll let you live."
Excuse me?
I'm gonna do a sense motive check on his words.
Go ahead, make a sense motive check.
It is a 25.
In his mind, he's 100% serious. In his mind, it is not a matter of if he's going to come after you, but a matter of when. And just based on this look that he's giving you, intense as it is, it's a matter of days, not weeks or months. He has some plans.
Okay. Well, I'm scared. I'm gonna whimper a little bit and run back and try to get someone else to administer this.
Okay.
While we're driving, I want to do a Google search. Bubs is thinking about earlier at the conversation at the VR racing machine, where Vess and Shade were competing. Before they went to compete, Bubs was thinking about how Shade said he wasn't a pilot, and Bubs is thinking back how at the Eclipse Mall, Lydell told him he was a famous pilot. So in his mind, in the previous Google search he did, he's trying to think, what did Lydell say? And he remembers it began with an L. So I want to do a Google search, just try to figure out this inconsistency of what Shade is. And I'm going to start with just trying to find what this competition could be.
So you're hitting up the infosphere. This is going to be a culture check.
Yeah. It is an 8. But I have the first letter.
You do.
And I know it's a space flying fighting thing.
Yeah, and there's a lot of them. Laser Wars. There's the Late Night Spice Flight League. There's a million of them. As you're going through it, you're lost. However, so you're driving, correct?
I was gonna help Vass and then drive, I guess.
no problem.
Texting during it.
Okay, we'll get back to that.
Do you want me to text? Do you want me to do the I'll sit in the passenger seat and text while you narrate to me
Sure.
and drive?
Yeah, here's my comm.
Okay,
All right.
no problem. Shade, you take the injection from Vess, and you head into the back of the truck. You see this bounty hunter just stares at you.
Yeah, you got no fear.
I mean, I don't think I need to even bother sensing motive. I'm just gonna go and inject him.
Okay, you
Not
inject
saying
him.
anything.
The eyes stare at you and stare at you, and then the red light goes out, but they stay open, and they just stare at you.
While he's under, and once we get back to the ship, I want to like take a whole look over his cybernetics
Sure.
and everything.
No problem.
Yeah, wait, can we tell that he's augmented?
I mean, when you look into the back and the dark bed of the truck, you see glowing red eyes before Shade injects him, and they just.
Can I gouge his eyes out?
No, don't
You
do
want
that.
to?
No, don't do that.
Well, why not? They're obviously augmentations, and he'll be
might break
blinded the
them.
next time he attacks us.
Yeah, but you might,
That's
you might break
heals
them.
again.
This is
I'm
We
gonna
want to
sell them.
remove them surgically so that we can maintain
no,
the technology.
it's a slippery slope of gouging out eyes of an already alive body. If you want people to be able to do that to your body, then I won't stop them in the future.
What are you rolling
You
for?
just
Whatever
Wait,
you
what'd
do
you
to
just say?
him, I'm gonna let people do to you when you're unconscious. Just remember that.
but Gibbs, this is counter
Spice,
to your
wait,
own.
is Gibbs saying that?
Yes,
Yeah,
Gibbs
this
is
is-
pissed. Like, this is a moral line that Gibbs, like, works really hard to keep you guys fucking
Gibbs.
alive, and, like, you're gonna, like, fuck with this person who she's
I
already
am
been, like,
confused, Gibbs.
morally, like, yeah, like, I get it, you know, and you're gonna gouge out his eyes?
What's
She's
your
pissed!
again, Olive?
Gibbs,
Chaotic neutral.
Why
so.
would you
Okay.
stand
checks
up
out.
for this criminal if
Because he's only a criminal because he fucked
he's
with
a
a
criminal
corporation.
because he murdered hundreds of people?
He murdered 48
41.
people.
He,
41.
he murdered tens of people.
And if you count everyone who was probably on the El Paso station when we were there, like, we're all in that morally gray area. There's definitely civilians that have been caught in our crossfire
not-
and will continue to be caught.
You
I'm
think
not-
back to that teenager in the laser tag arena.
And so, like,
I'm not saying that there's any moralness.
and I'm not
moral
stopping
gray
you.
area
I'm just
for
saying
us.
don't gouge his eyes out. It's weird.
I am just confused because of your unreasonable logic.
Here's the unreasonable part. Rentropy, I have taken offense at a personal level. And now there's this third corporation, the Jade Brigade, that's probably doing something equally as harmful to an ecosystem to support nature in an uninhabitable way. And so, will they probably solve my rentropy problem? Absolutely. Do I think they're gonna be nice and kind to Yusoki who wanna, like, have a garbage-filled world? Probably not. So, like, what do I gonna do? I need things that are gonna solve a problem of tanks, and I need things like guns, and I need all of these things that I've never spent my life, like, worrying about. Besides just feeding myself and how to fill my time and making sure that the garbage doesn't avalanche on us. And now, all of those people I took care of, I left, and they don't have the body parts, and they could have had their eyes gouged out, and they could have died while I was gone, and I'm somehow still responsible for that. And that's a whole lot of guilt that I now have to live with for the rest of my life, and I don't know what I'm gonna do. And Gibbs just starts crying. Just big tears.
Spice has her
No.
like hands
Yeah.
on the Kasatha's face, like about to gouge his eyes out, and just kind of like foils
That
her
hits the ground pretty
hands
hard.
and puts her hands together.
I use my turn to console Gibbs.
Okay. You put a hand out from the back seat and kind of rub Gibbs's very sticky shoulder. No problem. You do that.
Gibbs, I understand that you are emotionally invested in the outcome of this planet, but this criminal is a bounty that we are actively in pursuit of.
And I am not stopping you, and I have not
As a
hindered
member
you
of
in
the
any
team-
way. I'm just saying, I saved your butt. I protected you.
And I appreciate
healed
that as
you.
a team member.
And so I don't know what more you want from me.
I want you to be able to focus on the mission at hand.
The mission doesn't include gouging people's eyes out, and I speakerphone the comm thing on the car's Bluetooth, because it's definitely got it.
You slap the speakerphone right as Shade touches their communicator, and in front of Shade and in this kind of central console, you see suddenly Peep's face flicker in. He takes a big sigh and goes, guys, I've been trying to take a little bit of time for myself, and you keep messaging me. I haven't caught up yet, but what's going on?
Oh, I didn't see you're
capture
out of
our bounty.
office.
I don't need to set an out of office to take a nap, Gibbs. What
Oh,
do
a
you guys
nap.
need?
Where do we bring this guy? And she like props up the sleeping Kazafa.
He said he wanted to kill us.
You see Gibbs's face squinting through the darkness, and he says, Is that the four-armed assassin?
You bet it is, Peep. We got it.
Is it alive?
Yeah. He's not. He's only sleeping though.
Wow! You guys did it?
Yes,
I'm not
quick,
that I'm
give us a
surprised.
drop-off point.
Not that I'm
look so
surprised.
surprised.
Just so it's clear. Close to Rat King Central. You guys can just drop them off with the authorities, and I'm sure they'll be able to pay the reward right away. You guys did it. I can't believe it. That's amazing.
Side note, you're gonna have an SR issue with Bounty Hunter Diego, number 3410. He's gonna think he needs some of the bounty. Don't give it to him. We have proof.
Well, what do you mean you have proof?
We can talk later.
If it's a problem, when it's a problem, just get our feedback first.
Okay, I'm gonna get Nazma on the line, I guess. But in the meantime, you guys did an amazing job. I understand it's been pretty busy lately, and Gibbs, I did get your message.
Yep, we'll talk about that in confidentiality.
Okay, but I just want to make all of you guys aware and remind you of your contracts. You guys are still in pretty heavy debt, and until that balance is cleared, we can't grant any additional time off. What I can do, he kind of squints back. I'm trying to take this nap, and so maybe it'll take me a little extra time to file the paperwork on this gentleman, and in the meantime, maybe you guys could get a day or two off. Just a
Back
day or
inside the love tunnel.
just a day or two. You can stay where you are. You head to the Eclipse Mall if you think you need to. I do have some lines on some pretty hot missions coming up. I do need to figure out a little bit closer where they might be.
We're low on ammo and
Do you have any near Prime Station?
Any missions, any bounties near Prime Station?
Or
Yeah.
Dorado.
I want to go to Castrovel.
Interestingly,
Oh, God, I don't want to go off.
there is a whole bunch of news coming out of Dorado, but again, I haven't quite caught up on it. I'll take a look. There might be something. I'm trying to get a line on this Harlax guy because his price just keeps going up and nobody seems to know where he is. The GPF is looking for him. The Solari Republic is looking for him. We might be able to collect 2 different bounties on one person, which, if we could double dip, that'd be pretty nice. Anyways, you guys have done amazing. Take some days for yourself. Figure about 2. If you want to head to the Eclipse Mall, you can restock. I'll open up a little line of credit for each of you. Otherwise, if you want to stick around Petrus, you're welcome to do that too. I'll reach out if when we get the next bounty. It's going to be in about 2 days, give or take. I can't promise I can buy that amount of time.
Okay.
Try to make it near Prime Station.
I'll see what I can do, Bubs. But also, you should be aware there's a video of you out now. It is something that we're going to have to talk about at some point, but I'll send it to you now. And you can see his face disappears for a second. And then, Bubs, you get a little message in your
Oh
comments.
god, there's so many videos of Bubs at this point. I
I'm
don't know
like,
which one it could be.
I have the only copy of the video, right?
Oh, it's not that video.
No, I know, but I'm like, something slipped through the cracks.
Panic.
What?
You start running like a self-scan to see
Yeah, I
if
was
there's
like,
like a
wait,
connection
what?
to the...
Did someone
Who hacked
hack my
into you?
systems? Yeah.
I'm gonna watch the video, I guess.
Okay. You open up the video and you see first it's focused on this pink scooter, like a little pink hover cycle, and then it turns around to like a selfie mode. You see this Shiren teenager on their exoskeleton. There's lots of like little tattoo looking things, and you can see. So anyways, I just got this new scooter, and then you just hear this like the peal of wheels on pavement. The vision shifts, and you see this black SUV barrel by the little Shiren who is taking this video. Just goes, oh my god! And then you just see Bubs sprinting, leap, and then face plant on the pavement. The video watches as Bubs' face just onto the pavement.
Oh, dear.
The camera flips around. You said, "Oh my god!" and then it ends.
Oh good.
So yeah, that's what's going around right now. But only 100,000 views so far, and it's only been out for, 3 hours now, so you're doing pretty good.
Well, maybe something more important will happen and people won't pay attention to this viral video.
Yeah, no, I'm sure that's absolutely right. You got another text.
I'm gonna check my text.
It is another copy of that video, this time from Steel, and then a question mark and a smiley face. But yeah, certainly people are starting to see this.
Okay.
Sleep well, peeps.
And you said you needed ammo?
Oh, yeah,
we need
needler pistols. There's 2 of us that use one, if that's okay.
Okay.
If we could restock on flare gun, flares,
Okay, you need flares and needles?
flares and needles.
I need a better weapon, Peep.
Okay, what kind of weapon are we looking at
I
here?
want a level 3 small arm. Or maybe level 10, fuck it. Just kidding.
I can look and see what we have, but it would be a lot faster if I just sent you credits and you bought your own firearm.
Oh, that works.
So find something.
Okay,
This is really important.
I'm listening, Peep.
Contact me, and let's clear that up before you try to make the purchase.
Okay, I'll call you. Expect a call from me.
I always do.
Okay.
We'll try to consolidate our finances with Chip and Crumb in the mall, because they've been giving us pretty good discounts lately.
Yeah,
That's a
no, that's a
different
great
plan,
idea.
isn't
If
it?
you have an in, use it.
I've got an in.
Good. Is there anything else that I need to know about when I call NASMA? Is there any other potential public image issues that we have coming up?
Oh, I was a trapeze artist
there was
today.
I'm sorry?
I just stepped in for some Lashunta circus acts today. Nothing went wrong.
well,
You can watch me though. It's probably gonna be on TV.
I was also involved.
You can see Gibbs is trying to, sorry, not Gibbs. Peep is trying to figure out whether or not that's going to be a problem or potentially even like a bonus, but he kind of shakes his head and goes, okay, I mean like an issue that's going to cause like a public relations disaster. You guys haven't killed any more teenagers or destroyed any more space stations?
Did we kill people?
We
The
ran over his
ensuing fight was in the Tunnel of Love.
But that's
However, I was able to upload and
We did
destroy
kill the-
all of the photos.
Okay.
and there was the bit about the shootout on
you
the
gonna
public
say that?
street.
No.
I'm
Hang
sorry.
on.
The comm goes dead.
There was no shootout. I've
I'm
already
sorry.
emailed him.
I've got such a big fat mouth.
Yeah, it's fine.
You see Peeps, and now underneath it says urgent.
I answer it privately and stop the group chat.
Well, so Shade picked it first, so Shade has it at the moment.
Isn't it like on?
Yeah, but Shade has the button for it basically. He has. So if you think about this
I got
as
it
like a
on the-
conference call,
You just like blink.
yeah.
Yeah,
Might
it
be.
blinks.
No, I got like little button thingies
Yeah.
on
Okay.
the side of my
So it
eye.
taps it and it gets passed over. Slightly different color when Shade is sending it, but you could see Peep again looks around and goes, "Whoa, what do you mean a shootout on the street? Like with people involved, like in daylight, like a street?"
No, not a street. You know the email I sent you? It was
It
related
was-
to that.
Also, when the event in the video with Bubs took place.
So we know that there was at least one camera there. All right, let me call Nazma.
But if you need a way to spin this, it was more like local advocacy for a small minority group being
I don't
oppressed.
even want to hear anymore. As soon as you said the word minority, now I know I need to call Nazma.
Well, you know, the Yosoki on Peaches 4 are being, you know, I would
In
think you
our
could, you of
defense-
all people,
They did attack.
we
First.
were attacked. It was self-defense in every way of the word.
So who was hunting down the Yosoki?
A different Yosoki.
From my understanding, it is the Freshies, a local group of Yosoki who
You can
control
see
the
he's like
area.
massaging his temples, his little whiskers have drooped down. And he just goes, so you're telling me there was no problem, but you had a shootout in the street against minorities.
No,
No,
not
they were-
against. We
they
were
are
supporting
the-
them. They were.
They
we
are the group
minorities.
currently in power within
We were defending
the
them.
community.
You
the
got involved in a
Scabrats
gang
were-
fight
Yes.
Yes,
that was videotaped.
potentially. That's why I texted you. So
This is what we should lead with.
if anyone,
And
if
there
there's
was a
any
bit-
fallout, it's all on Gibbs, and you know, I
He like slicks his ears back and they just pop back up and he goes, I don't even know what to do with this. But you know what? I'm going to focus on the fact that you guys captured a bounty alive, which I didn't think was actually possible. So that's amazing. And take your days. I'm going to go now. I'm gonna lay down.
One more thing, Pete.
No.
Pete.
Shh. Sleep well, Peep. Hang up. He doesn't get
I
any more
have it on
talking time.
my eyes.
No.
What?
Hang up. I press Shade's face
I'm
to make
like-
the hang up. Hang up.
So they're letting back. So
Flipping back and forth.
first of all, you're driving.
No, I'm.
Yeah, I'm also
Texting and driving.
It's autopilot, right?
I'm driving next to it, and it's just in front, like
Oh, you're driving your
driving
motorcycle.
his
motorcycle next to it.
So you're like
yeah.
reaching out the window, like grabbing at
Oh
his
my
face.
God.
I just kind of slow down
Spice
a little
has,
bit
like, the
and back
wheel
up a
next
little
to,
bit
like,
to a
all
back
of a
seat
sudden-
where Vest is just
All of a
sitting there,
sudden, the
like
whole truck just kind of like slides
Put
a
it
little
in
bit.
there
Go ahead
so
and make a
that he can
reflex
talk
save
to
to
Vess.
grab the wheel again.
Well, can I grab the wheel
save.
if I'm in the passenger seat and be like, oh my god?
If you would like to make the reflex save instead, you certainly may.
Can we do 2 reflex saves?
You
Because
could
there's
not.
2 of us.
You could
Nice
do one
wheel,
You
really
probably
loudly.
should have.
as a free action. Yes.
Or, yeah, you do it. Okay.
in the back seat, like
You're still like grabbing
Queen.
on, and you don't feel anything because seeing all this happen, Spice, you just reach out and grab the wheel.
Oh my god! Gibbs!
You're just doing a good job keeping like a steady.
I've got the cruise
forward,
control
yeah,
on,
going
but
perfectly
like
speed forward.
the whole front half is like trying to get this motorcycle and the boy to get the thing shut off.
Yeah, the only thing keeping Gibbs from falling out is the bottle pressed up against the ceiling that's keeping her from falling out the window.
It's court. My bottle is court.
However, you guys do this. Peep still goes, what Vess?
I'll just send a text that says, "Be a good chap and send a valet to collect my vehicle."
You hear on Peep's end the little text message sound. Peep looks down and goes, you really can't just tell him? He picks up his little comm communicator and looks and goes, the comms just go blank.
Nice.
Cheers.
I boot them
Cheers.
off.
Okay. You turn the deadline off.
Nice.
I'm gonna probably turn back as like the car was like swerving. Guys, what was going on here? I was looking at my phone. Why are you my comm?
We had a whole conversation with Pete.
I'm gonna.
I heard that, but I mean,
I'm done.
what's-
I'm
why are you-
done with.
What's with the driving?
I'm like,
Oh,
going to keep an eye on
Bess was gonna
the
continue
lifeless
to be a
body
piece
in
of
the back
shit,
of the.
and so I thought I would
You
just
get
stop
behind the
that.
truck and just keep an eye.
Oh,
Make sure nothing
I mean-
funny's happening on our way.
as long as we, all be pieces of shit together and we're all, still friends.
Yeah, we're still friends.
Okay, good.
And will you draft a text for me?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
She like
And
pulls
then-
it up.
The text I draft is to Chip and Crumb, and I tell you their corporate email for their little whatever. It's like chipandcrumb@gmail.com, but Crumb spelled backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's real cute. And I'm like, hey, I just went home, and things aren't super good, and they're looking for a lot of small arms to assist with the recent changes. And I'm gonna send it kind of vaguely. And I'm gonna be like, and also maybe some people from my team will be stopping by shortly looking for various things. But I'm here if you ever want. I hope you got the payment from Peep for the remainder because my debt's cleared. But thinking of you and hashtag hearts, hashtag Yosoki, and I'm gonna send a little gif of a dancing Yosoki butt,
Okay, sure.
and then send it off and sign it Gibbs, but it's always in all caps.
Okay. So you specify for Spice, all caps. Backspace, all caps, Gibbs. You send that email off?
Great,
No problem.
cool. And then I drive the next 50 minutes straight to my house.
Okay. Oh, okay, so going straight to Junkfall. Interesting.
Does anyone remember the at the mall what that guy Lydell? Does anyone remember how I could
What
maybe-
about Lydell, Bobs? What do you need to know?
Oh well, I just wanted to ask him a question. Well, something strange happened. Don't tell Shade, but when I was meeting with Lydell, with him, with Shade in the Eclipse Mall, he said Shade was like a famous pilot, and then earlier today when we were at the VR racing thing with Vess and Shade, Shade had no recollection of being a pilot. It just doesn't make sense. I'm just trying to remember what Lydell said.
Have you ever heard of KISS? Have you ever heard of the acronym KISS,
La, la, la,
Bubs?
la, 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 la.
No.
It means keep it simple, stupid.
Oh, well,
And what that means is he was probably just lying to you about remembering. If you were a famous pilot, of course you would remember that.
oh, well,
You really think he wasn't lying about it?
Shade doesn't seem like someone who would lie. He would say that's not logical or something like that.
I don't know. I feel like all of us came into Mosaic with stuff redacted on our entry file, and you just gotta give him time.
Spice sends a text to
Sure.
Lydell that says, "What do you know about Shade?" This face.
Okay.
That emoji.
Make a diplomacy check. That's a good one. That's a great question.
That's such a
Ooh,
good emoji.
10?
10. Okay. You send that text?
Okay. Out it goes.
I don't know. You should just ask him, and if he doesn't answer, then just drop it. You know. That's the whole point of digging.
Well, what if it's, something he truly doesn't remember? I have a lot of things like that too.
Do you think we should ask him about it? That his story isn't lining up?
Maybe we should just keep it under wraps just for now.
Like between us? Are we gonna keep secrets in between Mosaic Team 5?
I've got a lot of secrets.
I don't. I'm an open book, you guys.
Wait, then why did you come to Mosaic?
I'm searching for someone.
Right? Who? What?
You guys already know.
No, I know, but like,
Different subject. This is about Shade.
What was this
yeah,
about
but
you
it's
not
about-
having any secrets then?
right? So
You're
like,
searching for Jaden, right?
It's Julian, but yes.
Julian,
You've
sorry.
got more secrets than a middle schooler's diary.
Oh,
I don't actually. That's it.
searching for Jaden, and you.
Well, this is so off topic now. This isn't about me. This is about Shade.
Right, but how do you think Shade feels? Shade's probably gonna say the same exact thing. Be like, it's not on topic. It's not logical.
That's a good
that
point.
does
He would
sound
say
like
that.
Shade.
Right. I've got no emotions. I don't care. Even if he was some sort of famous pilot or whatever, he probably doesn't care about it and doesn't think it's worth noting. He's obviously a good pilot. I would say he's famous worthy.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's anything like harmful or anything. I just think, I don't know, maybe I could get like his autograph or something, or like hang it on my wall or something cool like that.
You should get his autograph not because he was at one point famous, but because you respect him as a person.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Because he's pretty cool with or without the notoriety of fame.
We'll
Yeah.
probably find more about this on the infosphere than talking to him. I've heard that many androids have a bit of a split, yeah?
What?
What does that mean?
Well, getting the body, losing getting the android bit.
Yeah, but he's all just circuits and stuff, you know.
But it's not all just circuits.
Yeah, don't you take a body and then you take like an organism and then make it into an android?
I don't know, I bit his foot and it felt like I needed a can opener, so I think it's more metal than person. I don't know.
I'll talk to him.
As you all consider these things, Gibbs, you near the exit for Junk Fall. You can see there is a Rat King Peacekeeper patrol car that's kind of pulled off to the side of it. Make a perception check as you near the exit.
This is not the right way to Rat King.
It is.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah,
I
we're
know how
going
to go.
a part of
You guys have
Rat
to
King.
go. So you guys
Okay.
pass through Junk Fall to get, or Junk Falls now,
Right,
to get
yeah,
to
yeah.
Rat King proper.
15.
15. As you're nearing, you do notice there is not a uniform on the individual in there. You kind of merge over to the lane that you would be turning off on. You can see behind gray suit, cowboy hat, sunglasses, just kind of watching. But are you turning off onto this exit?
This is the exit for the returning of the thing, right? The
This is
guy.
to get to Junkfall, your home. You said you were driving straight to your house.
I thought in Junkfall there was an authority place.
No, not in Junkfall.
It's in Rat
Junk
King.
Falls is like a tenement. There's 9 tenement things in like a grid laid out in a grid-like neighborhood.
Right.
Then you have to go back onto the highway and go another couple minutes back to Rat King proper. Junk Falls is like a suburb of Rat King.
Well, I like make sure I'm going the speed limit, and I make sure that all my mirrors are checked and like whatever, and I do that like butterfly turn to go the other way.
Okay.
And start driving to go to the guy that's the place we're trying to go
The
to drop off the guy.
authorities.
Okay.
The authorities, yeah. I'm trying to go there.
So you basically just make a large circle and then continue on your way.
But I do it like super freaking legally.
Sure, no problem. You very legally do this turn, ultra legally, and you continue on the road about as legal as you can be.
Cool.
You continue down, and after a little bit, you make your way back into Rat King proper. You see the buildings pass by, the green, crisp lawns, the manicured bushes, the glass, and the plants inside. You see everybody riding their bikes. You're the only truck that you've seen on the road off the highway. But you do make your way back to the King's Auto Rental, and across the street and about 2 buildings over, you can see there is a peacekeeping forces little station. It's relatively small.
I put on my hazards and I like creep the truck up to the just park it on the street, like double park it.
Stop and start to get out the thing when Gibbs stops the truck. I'll
Okay.
pull over it and,
Sure.
start offloading him.
You'll help.
And I'll go up to the authorities. Like I don't want to fuck with this guy.
Okay,
or,
this guy, so for what's worth, when you open the back door, snoring. Like a little bit of drool on the mask itself that covers the face, unconscious. It only took you guys 2 hours to get here. It's another 6 hours on this trank. He's out. So you bring him, still eyes wide open, into the station.
And I go to the plexiglass front and I hand over the bounty puck and I'm like, we're gonna turn in this guy, who's the four-armed assassin, and I tell them about the bounty.
She takes the puck and looks at him and goes, "Oh no, yeah, I know who this is.
Oh, okay.
This is he still alive?"
Yes,
alive.
he's breathing. He's
You can see
snoring.
she gets off her stool, goes around, opens the office door, and steps into the main entry area. She looks at all and goes, "Oh my gosh, this is the real deal.
Yeah.
Why do you seem so sad? You're rich now."
I'm really tired. And also, if you could just send that money to
Mosaic
keep
Team
at
5.
Mosaic Team 5 at mosaicteam5.com. That would be
Okay,
great.
you're a Mosaic group. I understand
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
so
yeah. I don't know it's got a routing key and an account number and stuff. Just send it there.
Yeah, no, we have it on file. Anybody that has it in the Petri system has worked with Mosaic. Team 1, oh, what a bunch of... They're amazing. When you
Yeah,
talk
they're
about
pretty
bounty
cool,
hunters...
yeah.
I hate them.
But we're Team 5, so just make sure it's Team 5, not Team 1.
Oh, I didn't know you guys had a Team 5. That must be new.
We're new.
Well, welcome, and good job. This is
Thanks.
good for a rookie group.
Hey, you guys have jurisdiction over Junk Falls and all that?
No, we don't have jurisdiction over Junk Falls, unfortunately. We do keep an eye on the highway as we go by. Why? You got problems with Junk Falls?
No, I was just curious. Do they have their own police force or anything, or are they just self?
She looks uncomfortable. I don't really go out there that much myself, but I'll take this fella here, and she goes and kind of
Sense
grabs
motives
him.
that.
Make a sense motive check.
As she's taking the body, we've confiscated all his belongings, but he is still highly dangerous. I would.
Oh yeah, no, it killed 41 people aboard a cruise liner, don't you know? I'll take him in the back, and we'll make sure
He
he's.
was also making mention of Jade of the Jade Brigade. They are.
Oh yeah, that's what I
working-
was watching before you came in. You hear about that?
No,
What do you mean watching?
Oh, and she takes this little remote and clicks a button. You see this? It's an old school CCTV, tube TV, up in the corner of the station.
Is this the raid?
And you can see on the, give me just one moment, on the television, there is you can see the bottom, it says Shawak Genetic Solutions. And you see this news anchor here who says, "I'm outside the Genetic Solutions headquarters, controversial facility engaged in all kinds of genetic experiments. It appears Jade Brunei and the Jade Brigade have taken control of the top floors of this skyscraper. They demand some kind of an interaction with the upper tier management of Chwak Genetic Solutions. Currently, there is a siege being put in place against the building, but they have hostages. More on this, and you can see like it cuts to like a helicopter view. There is a tall building being pictured. It looks like perhaps 23 stories tall. There are helicopters going around. You can see a number of people kind of gathered around with sharp eyes for all of you. You can see out front a number of individuals who look like bounty hunters kind of being briefed in front. There are cars all around, and then on the top, going out the 23rd window and rolling down 3 floors, is a huge banner that just says the Jade Brigade.
What planet are they casting from?
This is casting from Dorado.
Dorado. Oh, right, of course.
So technically it's planet TOI 700D, and it's orbiting the Svenchik star, but it is a planet called Dorado.
Okay.
Yeah, so apparently busted in there. I don't know how much you know about the Jade Brigade, but they took over some kind of a shipment from these people. Seemed to take something mighty important, but they wouldn't tell us what it was, weirdly enough. But armed with whatever that was, her and her friends, usually mostly known for spiking trees and things like that, this is a little bit above their pay grade.
My sense motive was 21.
21? In terms of her uncomfortableness, you would imagine it is less that they they certainly don't have people in Junk Falls. Not because they're not supposed to. They're supposed to have people there, they don't. And you would imagine that is because, seeing what you have, the freshies have really muscled their way in, pushing even the law enforcement out. But anyways, yeah, it seems as if this has been going on now for like the last 3-4 hours.
Right, yeah, that's a bummer. But this guy's definitely part of that whole shenanigans, so we'll just turn him into you.
We believe that this was part of some greater scheme that the Jade Brigade has in plans.
Oh, really now? And she kind of holds him up. What do you think? And he's just like unconscious, bobbing his head.
He will be unconscious for about
But, like,
6 more hours.
Well, we'll keep track of him, and we'll start questioning him when he wakes up.
Thanks.
You guys did a good job.
Thanks.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
And you said you're Team 5?
Yeah, and what's your name?
Correct.
My name?
I forget my name.
Tanya.
Tanya? Alright. Tanya, I'm Gibbs, and I'm actually more of a local here.
I see a lot of Yosoki around.
Yeah, we're common. Thanks, though. I really appreciate you and all your work.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, a lot of the people that I see, they seem to think for whatever reason, you know, we've inflicted the changes that have come to the planet, and I'm not necessarily against it. You know, I do like the parks, and
Right.
getting paid to ride my bike around is pretty nice.
Oh, that's nifty, yeah.
The peacekeepers don't pay very well, you know. But there's just something about everything that's happening to the Yosoki I don't really like.
Yeah.
No offense.
No, I gotta agree with you, and you know, we're all just doing our jobs and stuff, and
Well, it doesn't seem like it. I mean, they're trying to sell Drunk Falls. That's the whole idea. And eventually, that's what Chesterfield's been trying to do anyways, raise up the property values and get it to a point where he can sell it, move out, and I'm sure, you know, gentrification and all that, unfortunately.
but what gives Chesterfield the right to sell it? He never owned it in the first place. He's not, from what I remember, like a real estate guy. Who's given him the jurisdiction?
Make a diplomacy check.
Dirty 20. Gibbs is pretty good at this.
She looks around. She's the only person that you've seen in this office, and she goes, okay, look, you didn't hear this from me. And because it's 10 o'clock, this
No!
is where we're going to
Alright. Oh, tell us.
You didn't hear it from her.
Oh my god!
You will.
But
that was
Tanya-
a great line of questioning.
On
Great
my
line of questioning.
side, local police officers.
She just wants to gossip, really. But yeah, no, absolutely. That was a good line of questioning.
Don't
Well
even
done.
need to.
Thank you.
So, thank you guys for hanging out with us for Mosaic Team 5. This is an action-packed session. A lot of information coming to light about a variety of different plot lines. So, everybody's back at some point next week, correct?
Yeah.
I know that you might be running a little bit late, Matt. crap. But we will be back next week, Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for session 10 already. Mosaic Team 5, where we find out more about Chesterfield and then begin a 2-day R&R.
Yay!
Well-earned. by
Beach
Mosaic Team
episode.
5.
Yeah.
Yes,
Back into
you
the
guys will
throne
have
of
2
love.
days. It takes you a day to travel, so if you want to go to the Eclipse Mall, you got to go.
Yeah.
you don't-
Overturn a local government.
Or
Yeah.
you can just spend 2 days fomenting a
Let's
rebellion.
go kill Chesterfield.
Yeah!
Like,
2 days, let's
waiting
do it.
for that
Quick,
paycheck
in and
from
out.
the
Kill
bounty
Chesterfield.
Rip off our
to send it
Mosaic
to
Team
Chip and
5.
Crumb to then like fill crates with guns. Like that's all I want is like Gibbs gets no money but just like sends it.
Strike at the source.
Yeah.
Go
No,
straight for
the source is
Chesterfield.
Alchemon,
Quick in
not
and out.
Chesterfield. Chesterfield
Oh,
is just
yeah,
a cog
true.
in the machine.
Yeah.
You guys have no idea. And also, getting at Chesterfield's going to be tough. But
Yeah.
not for this week. So, thank you for tuning in. If you want more role-playing adventure, tomorrow at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, session 105 of Adventures in Alderaan. We are on a flying ship and we are heading over some mountains. But until then, it is crazy. Please stay safe out there. We'll see you next week. Bye.
Bye.
See you, Space Cowboy.
Ha! Surprise!
We got you.
As you have all captured a bounty level, at the end of the session, you level up to level 4. And with that, now, we'll see you next week.
Yay!
Now we're talking.
At level 4.